Have you ever traveled through time? We do it every day.
Asgardia is a country with a population of more than 1 million people from more than 200 countries on Earth. Asgardia gives everyone equal opportunities, no matter what their earthly status is.
It is possible to create and live in the future right now. Are you ready? Forward progress is the solution to the entire human race. Our mission is to bridge new horizons. In Asgardia, there is no limit to the universal development in the fields of technology, finance, and arts. Asgardia is a new space and digital economy which creates opportunities for the global economy. We deliver innovations. Do you want to get on board with us? We are developing various kinds of digital businesses, attracting them to the Asgardia platform that can be backed by the means of our umbrella, i.e. franchising of the Asgardia brand. We can not only attract investments into space programs from prominent institutional investors, but also affordable amounts from the citizens of Asgardia. We comprise of more than 1 million people.
Asgardia is a chance to realize one's dream. This is a dream-driven space nation. Asgardia is a chance to belong to a community of free-thinking enthusiasts, goal-driven dreamers, and fearless innovators, theorists, and scientists.
We are the first space nation. One humanity, one unity.
Asgardia.
We are creating
the future.
Right, we're live now. Hello, everybody. We're going to start in just 1 minute. We'll start in 1 minute to 3 minutes past. And it'll be with the interpreters as usual to make their points. To explain how you can follow proceedings. Okay, let's start. Greetings, everyone, for day 2 of the 13th sitting in the second term of Asgardia's Parliament. Where did the years go? We were just children when we began. So maybe some of us still are. I'm Len Topic, the chair of Parliament for Asgardia, the world's first space nation. And our 2 missions are to have the first baby born in space under ethical and medically safe conditions, and have the first permanent human space habitation. Before we go any further, let's start with the interpreters. So let's start with our Spanish interpreter to explain how you can follow the proceedings in your language. Hi.
Estimados parlamentarios. Hi, can you hear me today?
We can very well, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Estimados parlamentarios, bienvenidos al segundo día de esta sesión número 13 del segundo Parlamento de Asgardia. Las traducciones se harán en los idiomas turco, ruso y español de forma simultánea. Tienen la opción de escuchar en su idioma de preferencia, pero el canal principal es en inglés. Recuerden que cuando quieran hablar no tienen que hacer pausa para la traducción, pero sí deben hablar pausado para hacer la interpretación lo mejor posible. Si tienen algún problema técnico, por favor, déjenlo saber en los mensajes. Gracias. Un lindo día.
Thank you very much indeed, Liz, and who has been with us from the very beginning, really. Let's talk to our Turkish interpreter next. Greetings.
Greetings, Mr. Öpik. Değerli Asgardia parlamenterleri, Asgardia 2. Parlamentosu'nun 13. oturumuna hoş geldiniz. Oturumların 2. günündeyiz. Yine tercümanlarınız Eren ve Alper size Türkçe ve İngilizce eş zamanlı olarak tercüme yapacak. Türkçe tercümeyi Zoom pencerenizin alt kısmındaki küre ikonuna tıklayarak seçebilirsiniz. Söz aldığınızda tercih ettiğiniz dilde konuşmanız yeterli olacaktır. Tercümanlarınız tüm söylediklerinizi diğer dile anında çevirecektir. Hepinize verimli oturumlar dileriz. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And thirdly, our Russian interpreter.
Hello, Mr. Opik. Can you hear me?
Greetings. Yes, good to hear your voice. I recognize that voice anywhere in the world.
Thank you. Доброе утро, добрый день, добрый вечер, уважаемые господа парламентарии. Вас приветствуют ваши переводчики Кирилл и Елена. Сегодня мы собрались на 13-е заседание цифрового парламента Асгардии второго созыва. И вас ожидает синхронный перевод на русский, испанский и турецкий языки, как обычно в синхронном режиме. И вам нет необходимости переключать канал, вы уже находитесь в нужном канале. И, пожалуйста, сообщите нам, если возникнут какие-либо технические неполадки. Спасибо большое. Хорошего вам заседания.
Thank you very much indeed to our interpreters. They save us a huge amount of time. Every hour we do with the simultaneous translation is really 4 hours. So we get everything done more quickly. Let me go through where we are. So yesterday we opened the proceedings with the official announcements and the opening of the voting. Today we do the legislative work and the government work. Tomorrow we'll be talking mainly about the work of the committees. So let's look at what we have to do today. First of all, the appointment of the Prime Minister. Very exciting, and we welcome Salvos, who used to be in our parliament, to present himself here. This is proposed by the Supreme Space Council, and you decide if you agree, disagree, or if you abstain. We'll tell you more about that in just a moment. Then we have the government tower, in case any of the ministers have something to share with us. That's not obligatory, and in future that will be more structured, because it's hard for the acting Prime Minister to organise the government tower if the acting Prime Minister hasn't been formally appointed. Then we talk about the Asgardia Antarctica Act, and we'll keep all debate about Antarctic Act to them, and everyone has a chance to say what they wish to, and I'll explain more about what we're discussing there. It's been subject of a lot of debate over the last 2 weeks. After that, the Asgardia citizenship law with John Fine and Teresa Jones. Now, we're not voting on that, but it's important. The reason is because we might still be evolving the Asgardia Antarctica Act, and it doesn't make sense to make that amendment to the citizenship law until we've basically agreed the Antarctica Act. But we should still discuss it, because you need to understand what's going on. Then we have a very interesting proposal from Sarah Clark, Wall of Remembrance for members of the Asgardian Parliament. And that's to remember those Asgardian members of Parliament who are no longer with us. And she can explain that. It's a very good, very low cost, but high value thing that's being proposed. Then we will talk about the Manufacturing and Industrial Corporation Framework Act, first reading. Bernadette Professor, quite a lot of legislation today. The Opportunities Act, third reading, and the Digital Content Authorization Act, also third reading. There's quite a lot of work. I think the third readings will be quick because they have been basically agreed, and they continue with that without change. I estimate we will have 4 hours of work today, something like that, but we'll see. Something like 4 hours. We can have up to 8 hours, but I don't think that will be necessary. The minimum time today, I would expect, be 2.5 hours. I don't think we can do it faster than that. So, unless there are any questions, let's get to the first item, the appointment of the Prime Minister. Let me explain the process and then hand over to the candidate, and that's Dr. Mouzakitis. Dr. Mouzakitis. I know that came from somebody else who used to call you doctor. I don't remember who it was. Ivor Kaplan, I think it was. Old habits die hard. Now, Salvos has been with Asgardia from the start, and I've known the head of nation since even before the start of the serious operation of Asgardia. It's been my honor to work with him. He was a very senior member of the parliament before he moved on, and now he's been proposed as the prime minister. He has a long relationship with Dr. Asher Bailey as well, longer than mine, in fact. And he was there at the very first meeting of the physical parliament in Austria, way back 8 years ago, in 2018. But he can speak for himself. The process is as follows. He will make a presentation. You can have questions and answers. Let me be clear. This is not a debate about policies, not about the acts. This is about his candidature for being prime minister. So if you start talking about policy areas and so on, I don't think that's helpful. But we will avoid doing that. So this is a very clear period in today's session where you're talking with Salvos Mitsotakis about his candidate, his application to be the Prime Minister of Asgardia. That's what we're doing now. So, Salvos, welcome. You're in a much more beautiful part of the world than I am. And I welcome you back to many old friends and some new ones. Over to you.
Thank you very much, dear friend. Chairman of the Parliament, members of the Parliament of Asgardia, ministers, fellow Asgardians, all those joining us from around the world, I'm very glad to address this opening speech, this speech about my candidacy, actually, to the Parliament of Asgardia, an institution for which I hold deep, deep respect and to which I remain closely connected. Having had the honor of serving among you, including as a chairman of the Justice Committee and deputy chairman of the Parliament, I know firsthand the dedication, the seriousness, and the commitment that define your work, colleagues. To many of you, I speak not only as an acting Prime Minister, but as a colleague and a friend. And it is that spirit of continuity, mutual respect, and shared purpose that I stand before you today with this spirit. Today is not simply the beginning of a new administrative phase. It's an opportunity and a responsibility to get back to direction, momentum, and confidence in what we are building together. Asgardia was not conceived as a passive idea. It was conceived as a bold project, a space nation with purpose, with structure, and with the ambition to contribute meaningfully to humanity's future beyond Earth. At this point, it is important to recognize the vision that made all this possible. Asgardia exists because of the initiative, the commitment, and the continued support of its founder and head of nation, Dr. Igor Asher Bailey. His vision transformed an idea into reality and continues to provide the foundation upon which we build. Allow me also, at the outset, to recognize the work that has already been done. Many of the ministers present here today have contributed substantial effort and vision to their respective fields, and I have had the privilege of working with several of you during my previous service in Asgardia. And yet, we must acknowledge with clarity and honesty, and with full respect for the efforts of the previous administration, that momentum has slowed. Too many initiatives remain at a level of intention. Too much valuable work has not translated into visible outcomes, and too often, effort has not been matched by coordination, prioritization, and execution. This must change, and it will change. The government of Asgardia must now fully embrace its essential nature. We are an executive body. Our role is to act, to implement, to deliver, not to replace Parliament in its legislative mission, but to ensure that Asgardia functions, evolves, and is present in the world. From this point forward, our orientation will be outward, operational, and purposeful. In that direction, let me outline the key priorities that will guide our work. First, Asgardia must become visibly present in the global space ecosystem. We will actively participate in major international forums, industry leaders, and researchers. Initiatives such as Space Renaissance International and other multilateral and scientific platforms where the future of space policy, commerce, and governance is being shaped. But participation is not enough. Where appropriate, Asgardia must also convene, creating its own forums, its own dialogues, and its own contributions to global discussions. Beyond participation, our presence must be meaningful and sustained, grounded in active engagement, strategic partnerships, and consistent development of our international footprint. This includes building relations that translate into collaboration and ensuring that our presence in these forums leads to concrete opportunities and tangible outcomes. In this context, we will build upon existing and developing engagements, including contributions to lunar and deep space initiatives, as well as collaborations with leading actors in the space sector. We will not remain observers of this future of space, colleagues. We will take part in shaping it. Second, we must activate and empower our citizens. A nation is not defined by declarations, but by people. We will re-establish city representatives as the living presence of Asgardia across the world, not as symbolic roles, but as active connectors between the government and our residents. We will modernize our citizenship systems, strengthen identity verification, and map the skills of our community, transforming passive registration into active participation, building upon the digital platforms already developed through the initiative, for example, of the head of nation and his team, which includes the excellent Asgardia application, which provides a strong foundation for citizen engagement. At the same time, we will open a forward-looking dialogue on the meaning of Asgardian citizenship for the next decade. Because if we are to build a space nation, we must define not only who we are, but what we stand for. Third, we must move decisively from concept to structure. The work already undertaken across ministries is substantial, from regulatory initiatives such as a comprehensive framework of space commerce, to the establishment of arbitration and mediation mechanisms, to the development of standards, institutes, and digital infrastructure. The foundation does exist. This includes the development of we should march towards the development of a clear mission-oriented roadmap, a structured multi-year direction that aligns ministries and projects under common objectives, as well as the strengthening of institutional capabilities in standards, coordination, and quality assurance, which are essential if Asgardia is to operate with credibility on the international stage. In parallel, we should take practical steps to enable structured engagement with businesses and external partners, establishing clear processes for registration, recognition, and contractual cooperation, so that Asgardia can operate not only as a framework of ideas, but as a functioning economic and institutional actor. What is required now is coordination, prioritization, and execution. Projects must not remain on paper. They must become systems that operate, services that function, and frameworks that others can rely on. Fourth, we must ensure clarity in direction and alignment in effort. The success of this government depends not only on ideas, but on coherence. Ministries must be able to focus their work on initiatives that have a clear pathway forward. This requires stronger communication, clearer prioritization, and a shared understanding of what can be advanced, supported and sustained, not futile work anymore. Our objective is simple: to ensure that effort leads to outcome and that initiative leads to progress. Fifth, we must engage with emerging domains that are shaping the global conversation on space. One such domain is the study of unidentified aerial phenomena, the known UAP. This is no longer a marginal or speculative subject. It's being examined by governments, discussed in legislative bodies such as the United States Congress, and explored by leading scientists. As a space nation, Asgardia cannot remain absent from this discussion. We have already established contact with, for example, Professor Avi Loeb of Harvard University, whose work on interstellar objects and observational astrophysics represents a serious and scientific approach to these questions. We must build upon such connections. Our role is not to speculate, but to contribute, to support rigorous inquiry, to promote transparency, and to ensure that Asgardia participates in areas where new knowledge may emerge. If humanity is entering a phase of deeper understanding of phenomena beyond our current frameworks, Asgardia must be part of that journey. We cannot be absent. And yet, beyond all structures, beyond all systems, beyond all policies, there is something deeper that must guide us. Asgardia exists because people chose to believe that humanity can organize itself differently, that we can think beyond borders, beyond limitations, beyond inherited assumptions about what a nation must be. We are not bound by geography. We are not even defined by territory. We are defined by intention. And that gives us both a freedom and a responsibility that few political projects in history have ever carried. We are, in a very real sense, attempting something unprecedented. To build a nation, not from the ground upward, but from the idea outward. This requires more than administration. It requires conviction. It requires the willingness to move forward even when progress is not immediate, to build when structures are incomplete, and to persist even when momentum slows. What matters now is not perfection, it is movement. What matters is that we demonstrate to ourselves and to the world that Asgardia is not static, that it evolves, that it acts, that it delivers. Because if we succeed, even partially, we do more than build a space nation. We contribute to a broader question: how humanity organizes itself as it moves beyond Earth. And that is a responsibility worthy of our effort. Finally, we must act with discipline and purpose. We will support legislative development where appropriate, but our defining role is execution. We are here to make Asgardia operational, to make it visible, to make it credible, to transform it from a project into a functioning reality. This will require effort, and it will require coordination, and it will require trust in our institutions, in our direction, and in our collective ability to deliver. But above all, it requires movement. And today we move forward, not as individuals, but as a part of something greater than any one of us. Each of us who serves Asgardia contributes a part, of course, a step, a structure, a movement in its development. The honor belongs to all those who have worked, who are working, who will continue to work for its progress. But Asgardia itself does not belong to any one person, nor to any one office. It is rooted in the vision of its founder, Dr. Igor Assurbeili, and carried forward by the collective effort of all those who have chosen to contribute to it. This is what gives us continuity. This is what gives us meaning. And this is what will allow this is what will allow it to endure. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Quite clearly a lot of support for what you've said there, and applause in the digital way. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Now, once again, to stress, we're not talking about any of the acts or the policy areas specifically. We're talking about the action of being the Prime Minister. Here is your chance now. Ariadne.
Muchas gracias. Primero que nada,
Thank you very
felicitar
much. First of all, I want to congratulate Salvos. He's really a person with a serious person with professionalism and coherence, and a person that we value a lot since the first occasion that we had to work together. And after seeing his growth along with us, I think that the fact that he is somebody that protects the laws and his activities in the daily basis, it gives us plus in these moments where Asgardia is proposing the next steps. And for me, all the support and all the recognition and my respect, my deep respect for Dr. Salvos Masakitis. And yes, doctor, why not? For us, a doctor is a person that cures, a person that gives hope to his people. So thank you for being so eloquent and for your responsibility. My vote is since yesterday there. It's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ariadne. You've been a great veteran of Asgardia from the beginning. I'll go to John next, then Ugo, and then we'll go back to Salvos. John.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Prime Minister Salvos, or Acting Prime Minister Salvos, I want to say that was one of the best acceptance speeches I think I've ever heard in a long, long time. That was really good, and it is quite in line or aligned with my vision as well. I thoroughly enjoyed what you had to say, and I'm looking forward to every piece of that because that is right inside my own vision for Asgardia. So I'm with you 100% on that vision. And I want to say, as a longtime member of Parliament, that I've always considered you to be a friend, and you have been a anchor in Asgardia for many years. I was lucky to be under your leadership in many ways during the first Parliament, and you guided my path in many ways. In fact, believe it or not, and a lot of people might not know this, but a lot of the modeling that LMRG was modeled after was first introduced by Salvos in the first Parliament, and so we just carried that over into that program. I did anyway, because I already had that training that I got from him. When he used to evaluate the legislation, he used to do a legal evaluation, and that's what the LMRG is all about. So, and I just carried over that and a lot of the modeling that Mark Beer does. So a lot of what became the LMRG is actually established off of the foundations that Salvos and Mark Beer have established over the years. So, and to two people who I respect. I have just the utmost respect for. So thank you, Salvos, for that introduction, and I am with you 100%.
Thank you, John. The investment you made in these people all those years ago, when you started your plan to become Prime Minister, no doubt, it's paying off today. Ugo, you're next.
Teşekkür ederim Sayın Başkan.
Thanks very much.
Parlamentoyu selamlıyorum.
Esteemed Chair
Umarım sesim şu anda geliyordur
of
sizlere.
Parliament, I would like to send my regards to all the members of Parliament. I hope you can hear me. Now, probably Mr. Salvos and I are very close to each other geographically. That's why, as Greeks and Turks, we refer to each other as neighbors. And since the past, we have been working together, and I'm feeling very lucky. So you're welcome. You're very welcome, komşu, very welcome, neighbor. I'm really happy to see you here as my Prime Minister. So you're very welcome. I'm going to vote for you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Would anybody else like to make any comments or observations? All very encouraging so far. I wish I had been so popular when I was in British Parliament. Wasn't as popular as Salvos seems to be. Okay, let me go back to Salvos. You may want to make some comments. If you want to make any comments to Salvos, please raise your hands now before Salvos ends. Otherwise, we move on to the next item. So, Salvos.
A big thank you to you, friends, because I'm going to call you friends now. It's been a real honor to service, to actually work with you for quite a long time. You are so warm, and you're touching my heart. Yes, it's been a great time, which I missed, by the way. I mean, I missed all of you personally, the work that we delivered inside the Parliament of Asgardia. And here I am now from a different position as a candidate, Prime Minister and acting Prime Minister, asking for your vote. And I hear all these words. Yes, for me too, for all three of you that you have spoken so far, the memory is vivid. My appreciation is beyond words. And I thank you for your really kind words, which they really touched me. That's all I want to say for now. Only words of the heart in reply to you, my friends. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Anybody else before we move on to the next item, which could be quite short? Okay.
Hi. I love to have you back, Salvo. And I would like to talk to you in private soon, and about our group, our security sections, and I know you will understand. But love to have you back for real. I would like to give you a hug.
That's praise indeed, above and beyond the call of duty.
Member of the Justice Committee, glad to be back. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let me then add my own thoughts. I think that the advantage of having Salvos Mousakis, he's been here from the start. He speaks his mind. He cannot be bullied, but he can be persuaded. And so the relationship between Parliament and government will develop to a new level of trust, I hope. And no doubt we'll have difficult times as well. But I don't doubt Salvos's abilities and his sincerity. And so if you vote yes, if you vote for him to be the Prime Minister, I'm sure he will show the courage, the intelligence, and the clear commitment to Asgardia that we need to reach for the stars. So you can vote for that. I hope you do. Please do. I recommend you vote yes, obviously, but then I'm on the Supreme Space Council, and this is a proposal from the SSC, which is chaired by the head of nation. Thank you, Carlos. We go straight to the next item then while you're here, and then after that, ministers are welcome to stay or they're free to go. It's Government Tower. If there are any items or any ministers that you want to bring forward, you don't have to, because I know this. I left it on the agenda just because I didn't want to take it out, but there's no obligation for you to make a contribution on the Government Tower now. Is there anybody or anything that you want to raise under the Government Tower? Yes, I don't feel an obligation. You don't have to make something up just for the sake of it. Okay. Good to see various ministers here. Okay, good. So the Government Tower will return to business as usual next time. And we normally get some presentations and so forth. I'm just looking now. I see that Cheryl Gallagher is organising, the Minister for Culture is organising a speech for a World Congress at the end of June. That sounds quite exciting. And no doubt there'll be other things coming forward too. Thank you very much indeed. At that point, as usual, ministers are welcome to stay, or they can go as well. I know you're very busy today, Salvador, so you just leave when you need to go. And I don't. And once again, the other thing is, well, ministers are entitled to make a contribution if they want to. None of the government is under any obligation to contribute unless they want to. So let's move on to the next item. Next item is the Asgardia Antarctica Act. Now, this has been the subject of a lot of conversation and different views. The head of nation has been very actively involved in this as well. And you will have seen correspondence going in different directions. I'm not sure, I wasn't sure how to proceed with this because I have been actively involved in talking with the head of nation and others about this for quite a long time. And I know that this is a debate which will probably draw different opinions. The version that we've got now as well is largely based on what John Fine and the LMRG put together, but it did get modified a bit. And there's been a debate about which version to use. I can confirm to the LMRG that the other version that you had is actually quite similar, and I spent many hours during the week in the run up to today going forwards and backwards with it. But I would summarize it as follows. Essentially, there are two versions really. The version here, which I've been advised to put forward, and then the other version, which takes a more symbolic approach towards this. I'll just say this and then I'll leave it for everybody to make their contributions. This is the first reading. So essentially, we're actually only voting down to one of the titles of the articles. We're not voting for the content of the articles. That has been shared, just for clarity, but what you're actually voting for is the preamble, core principles, and the article titles. The content can still be debated and modified at the second and third reading. The second point is that I believe that we should set out what we would like to do and then reach out to have a dialogue with those individuals and those organizations we have to convince. That seems to be the right way of doing a two-step process. So we begin by working out what we want to do, and the head of nation has got very strong, clear views which were unambiguously, very clearly set out in his decree 89, on which this is based. The third and final thing is everyone's entitled to take the position they take. There isn't an order that you have to vote for it. I do support it because at this stage, I think having this as the first reading can lead us in either of the directions that have been proposed. I tend to take a more assertive line. I think that we can put something forward without getting into difficulty, because we need to talk to those individuals and those organizations that may have a different view. That's my view. I won't go further because I'm not really here to try to persuade you. Let me open this debate to others, to everybody. You will have maybe, I assume you'll have seen the document. I know there are those here who'd be very keen to participate, so let me open the discussion to everybody. Okay. We don't have to have a particular conversation about it. Ricky?
Yes, the report that John put out, the 16-page one, is really good. And there are a lot of things that need to be changed in the AAA to make it more conducive, less of a pitfall in some areas. And for now, yeah, I don't see it, not unless changes are implemented to where it doesn't cause us any problems or any issues within the world community, the UN, and other individuals. So I would strongly suggest using what was put into the 16-page document, which I believe was based on a document by Salvos. And then I can actually support it. At this point, I'll be honest, I really can't.
Okay. Just to explain, I'm not really asking Salvos to be involved in this because it's difficult because he's being put forward as the Prime Minister candidate. So he's welcome to participate, but I don't really think that it's necessary at all because this is for our Parliament to discuss now. So I welcome what you say there. I'm not going to respond. I have a different view. I think everybody knows I have a different view. I said so a number of times. So I don't need to keep telling you, and nor am I here to, I'm not here to try to lobby everybody and convince them to vote yes. I will be voting for it because my view is simple, and I'll just simply say it. I think as far as the first reading is concerned, if we have the preamble, core principles, and article titles there, and we take consideration of what's said today, we can move in the direction that we want to go. And the core debating point seems to be the extent to which this is literal and the extent to which this is symbolic. And I don't want to set limitations for us when it would be better, in my view, to let other people engage with us, including the United Nations, and see where it goes. But I'm not going to keep saying I've said it once, and I'll say it at the very end again, probably. But let's carry on the debates. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cough today. John, you're next.
Yeah, I did prepare a first reading if you want me. It might help bring some clarity to the situation.
Yep, well, you might as well, because it's I think it's probably useful because we need to discuss this openly. John made some very good points about the fact that in our democratic process, we're able to have open debate. We can. So go ahead, over to you, John. You can explain. This is the other version. So go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen. Yeah, we can see your screen. Yeah.
How about now? You get the big picture?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right, this is the Antarctica Act first reading presentation. This is in reference, of course, to Decree number 89. Now, this was prepared rather quickly, so there may be some mistakes here and there, but I'll do the best I can. The title, of course, is the Asgardia Antarctica Act. The date of this proposal is May 1st in 2026. I do not know who the sponsor is to this particular version. This is not the LMRG or the Trade and Commerce, Foreign Affairs, and LMRG versions, but it is a version that was put out. This reading serves as a conceptual legislative framework for Asgardia's activities in Antarctica. Asgardia's Parliament remains committed to ongoing review and refinement and alignment with continued development under the guidance of key stakeholders. The preamble. As the chair mentioned earlier, it was in the chair meeting and in the Q&A session, the chair said that he recognized the need to change certain sections. So you're going to find certain sections in this lined out, and I'll have recommendations for those sections, but I'll also have the section. I'll read both sections, but I'll also have the recommendation. Supporting the intent of Decree 89, and things that are not lined out are not in question. Of the head of nation of 2 Capricornus 009, December the 4th, 2025. I hope I said Capricornus right.
Well, it sounded good to me.
Okay. All right. Recognizing Antarctica as a continent of planet Earth shared by states signatory to the Antarctic Treaty of December the 1st, 1959. Okay, the original version reads, acknowledging that contemporary international law allows both independent functional jurisdiction, free of territorial affiliation, and territorial jurisdiction involving legal acquisition. This is one of the sections that has been in question from this week's debates. It was recognized by the Chair of Parliament that there may be areas of concern, and Parliament would be allowed to change those areas while in development. And in the spirit of that conversation, here's an example of how a questionable section such as this would read after a developmental change was implemented. This is a proposed insert. It doesn't have to be the insert, but it is just a proposed insert. Acknowledging that contemporary international law recognizes functional jurisdiction in appropriate contexts and may recognize territorial jurisdiction only where lawfully acquired and internationally recognized, subject at all times to applicable international law, including the Antarctic Treaty System. This act establishes a lawful, practical, and internationally aligned framework for Asgardia. Engagement in Antarctica, followed by the eventual legitimate achievement of nationhood. Again, for the core principles, this is another questionable area where adjustments are needed. One such adjustment could be, instead of Asgardia shall take legal steps to claim territorial sovereignty on what is referenced to as Mary Birdland in Antarctica, instead that read, Asgardia expresses a symbolic and non-binding long-term vision concerning Mary Birdland in Antarctica, while any future legal status shall be pursued only in accordance with applicable international law and international recognition. Core principle number 2, engagement shall be lawful, peaceful, and cooperative. Jurisdiction shall be functional in a practical and demonstrable manner. Number 4, operations shall support science, sustainability, and human advancement. Environmental protection shall be prioritized. And 6, international and national alignment shall guide all operations. This act is structured into 12 articles. Article 1 is the purpose. This article establishes the overall purposes of the act. Article 2, this is an area that, again, may need some change. The original name of the article says legal status of Asgardian prospective territory in Antarctica. This is another questionable area that has been in debate. But a recommended change would be, and actually it's because article titles are usually better when they're smaller, it's just call it legal status and have it explain the legal status of Antarctica, because that's basically what the article does. Article 3, land area and geographical data, defines the geographical data of Maryburg land referenced by Asgardia for symbolic planning and scientific and policy purposes. This is another article that that was in debate. Originally, it reads citizenry, indicative digital ownership of Asgardian territory in Antarctica. The recommended change would be just call it a digital registry. And basically what it would do is establish a symbolic digital registry representing voluntary participation in Asgardia's long-term Antarctic vision and related scientific, cultural, educational, and policy initiatives. Article 5, authority for engagement, establishes what Asgardia is allowed to do. Cooperative participation through science, operations, and environment. Article 6, functional jurisdiction, establishes how Asgardia uses authority, people, activities, not land and territory. Article 7, scientific and operational activities, define types of activities, peaceful, scientific, and responsible stewardship, which is environmental. And Article 8, environmental protection, establishes environmental safeguards, protect and avoid harm. Article 9, international alignment and cooperation, establish how we work with others, cooperation and sharing. Article 10, dispute resolution, defines how conflicts are handled. This is a standard article in almost all of our laws, or has been standard since we started using it. This is another standard article that we've been putting into all of our laws recently. It's just entry into force and implementation. Defines when activated, passes through Parliament, government, and then decreed by HON. Article 12. Now this one, it's originally on the May 1st version. It's called Accession to the Antarctic Treaty 1959. This was in question, and we think that just putting Antarctic Treaty Alignment would be a better choice for the article name, and defines how Asgardia will align its goals with current international standards and protocols. Would be what would be the article be behind. And you've heard in the Chair of Parliament's introduction that there has been much debate. And I think that it's important that all of Parliament learn about that debate. I've compressed it into one little thing. Since the submission of the current first reading framework, there have been several, hold on, I lost my, okay, there we are. Since the submission of the current first reading framework, there have been several new developments that are relevant to this reading and should be noted for Parliament awareness. These include additional legal reviews and institutional discussions involving multiple relevant bodies. The Ministry of Justice has now completed its assessment and identified several areas requiring further refinement, particularly concerning legal structure, strategic positioning, and the distinction between symbolic expression and operative legal language. The LMRG and the acting Prime Minister identified similar considerations during their respective reviews and discussions. At the same time, the Minister of Justice expressed support for the head of nation's ambition to strengthen the Asgardia's international standing and to explore serious, lawful, and imaginative pathways towards recognition, while also supporting the broader objectives surrounding Asgardia's long-term recognition strategy, lawful engagement pathways, and institutional development. The ministry's recommendation was that Parliament and government consider pausing further advancement of the current Antarctica proposal in order to allow the Ministry of Justice, working alongside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Parliament, and appropriate public international law advisors, to explore alternative and potentially broader frameworks better aligned with Asgardia's long-term strategic and recognition objectives. The first reading conceptualizes the approach Parliament will take in developing a legal defensible act to present the HON as a resolution for Decree 89 and a collaborative effort with government initiatives. And that's it. I hope that helped.
Thank you, John. So it seems to me, as I said before, that this is part of really a dialogue which we have to take to get to a final version. We've got what I'd suggest as a process is what I said before. We've got the space to make changes to any of it. I'm inclined to say we should pass the first reading and then have a commission. In other words, we actually sit down and go through this line by line as a body. I need to also make sure that the head of nation is very personally involved in it and has made a very active contribution to the version which we've got before us to vote on. He needs to be involved as well. I understand the points that have been made. What seems to matter to me, the central question is the level to which this is symbolic. And I would be more inclined to go and talk to the people and the organizations, for example, who administer the Antarctica Treaty and see what they say. But let me open this debate. I said I wasn't going to talk very much. Does anybody else like to make a comment or contribution to this? My suggestion is that we actually will have a commission in the next couple of weeks, essentially in a Asgardia Legislative Forum, but meetings beforehand as well, to see if we can get an alignment, because much of what you said, John, there isn't really problematic. It changes, but there is the strategic question about the extent to which this is symbolic rather than practical. And that's where the whole question of the treaty and what we are able to do and what will be recognized internationally and what's legal would be central. Ada. Ada? Yeah. Do you want to speak? Yeah. We can't hear you though. I can see that you want to speak, but I can't hear anything. You need to unmute yourself, basically. Just while Ada's doing that, if you're going to make a contribution, then do please raise your hands. My proposal is, to some extent, I'm obligated to make it obvious that I wouldn't be putting stuff forward which I didn't agree with, but that we have a commission either within the next 2 weeks, ideally, so that we try to find a way forward, including with all of the details of each of the articles. Partly because I need to go forwards and backwards to check with legal people and head of nation and others to put this forward. I'm not really the sponsor of this document, but because it's operating according to Decree 89, I have to be very involved in what happens. Ada, do you want to try now? I can't hear you. Well, and I can't unmute you from here. It looks like you're unmuted. Can anyone hear? Can people hear Ada? No, we can't hear you at the minute. Well, they're just trying to get that fixed, and we can do this at any time. Does anybody else want to make any comments? No, I think we can get there, whether we go through, we'll come to Ariadne in a minute. I think we can get there from the first reading here, even if we have to modify the first reading. What I'm concerned about is losing time. I don't want to have a separate digital sitting just to get this finished. So I'm inclined to use this to get us to a situation where we can have that more detailed discussion. Okay, then we'll come back to you. Ariadne, you're next.
Ojalá Aida pueda arreglar su problema.
I hope
Bueno,
Ada can fix her
un respeto grande
situation.
por el trabajo que se ha hecho,
I have a big respect for all the work that has been done, because to find gather the opinion of some of our workers or AMPs to be able to do this document, and that's respectable. And when you do this work,
Lo importante aquí es que ha habido
you should not look
debates.
down on it. The important thing here is to have a debate.
Muy explícito del ministro de
And we had a comment from the Minister of Justice, and we know very well that each committee will have to contribute to make this feasible. So in this term, I deem, and it's my very personal opinion, that we should create like work groups to create this synergy in regards to how to proceed and what would be the next step. From my point of view, I talked to Luca. He was indecisive. He wasn't sure about voting in favor of this law, but I think we can, abstaining is not denying it, nor approving it, but putting it on hold. Because putting out a document with cross words
Yo pienso que
would be
para el
confusing.
próximo
It
año,
creates
en la
confusion.
próxima reunión o la que tengan
And I
como
think for the
presidentes
next
de comité, el
session,
documento va a estar limpio, más
the
pulcro
document will be
y
clean,
más
presentable,
adentrado a la realidad de lo que se nos
and
ha
more deep
comentado y
into
de lo que
the
nosotros mismos
reality
vemos.
that has
Hay algo que dijo Salvos que es muy
been
puntual.
revealed
No
or
podemos quedarnos en
shown.
el papel sintiendo
Salvo
que el
said something
papel
very
ya nos
important.
salvó.
Um,
Y pues es lo
we
único
cannot
que
just
quiero decir. Y
stay on the paper
yo
like,
respeto mucho el trabajo de todos. Yo
and I
recuerdo
respect the
cuando
work
hice una ley.
everyone
La
does
ley
here.
fue verdaderamente trágica. Cada corrección que yo hacía tenía una
I
crítica.
remember
No
when
quiero
I
hacerle lo mismo a mi compañero
did
John Fine.
or work on
No
a
quiero que
law,
pase
and
por lo que yo pasé.
everything that I put
Simplemente
out
quiero
had
hacer ver que
many
respeto mucho el
critics,
trabajo que ha hecho
and I don't
y
want
de
this
la
to be the
misma
case
manera
for him.
poner una
Um,
abstención lo considero una pausa para
I
que el
think
trabajo sea más pulcro,
abstaining,
más
voting,
específico y
abstaining
recuerde siempre
is a good
a su
thing
maestro, a
that could be
Salvos,
done at this point.
en las palabras que le acaba de decir. Yo pienso que son muy
Um,
positivas y muy
and I
sólidas.
think the words that
Es todo.
Salvo
Gracias.
said are very positive. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Let's go to see if Ada can get her microphone working. Ada, maybe I'm not sure. Let's carry on. John, then Ricky.
Yeah, well, I mean, as a parliament member, you know, I read Minister of Justice's remarks, and honestly, I think we have a very valuable asset here. And if we remember as a parliament, it wasn't that long ago that we had the same dilemma with the Education Act. And at that time, we decided to pause going forward with it. And actually, we paused going forward with it on several occasions here in Parliament during session. And because we had the same dilemma. And I thought that that was a very logical decision at the time. And this time, we actually have a valuable asset that we didn't have then. And that is we have a Minister of Justice who's Mark Beer. And I happen to know that Mark Beer is heavily tied to United Nations. He's on some of their committees. And he has definitely got the resources and the influence to bring a lot of value into this. And now he's offering his services, and he's asking us to pause. And again, I think this is a very legitimate ask because and we allow him to do that. We work with him because just reading his letter, I think we're going to come out much better than what we currently. You know, right now we're solving one little piece of the puzzle, but what Mark Beer's offering is like the whole puzzle, and that is a much better place to be. But I think it's worth pursuing rather than to be rash and just throw something through quickly. You know, I didn't feel that way until I got that letter, but yesterday I think it was, or the day before. I think it was yesterday, and I was going to go with the first reading, but after reading Mark's comments, I'm more in favor of pausing for right now because um, I really would like that value that he's going to bring into this, and he will. It's something that we certainly shouldn't just dismiss, and I think it's better to do it beforehand than it is afterwards, because afterwards, well, we all know it's a lot harder and it's not going to really, time-wise, I don't think it's really going to hurt us that much. But yes, but I think we can get a good, mature, we we could actually get an act that doesn't even, that can go through first, second, and third readings rather quickly with that kind of expertise added to it. That's something, even though Mark has been participating in all of our laws through the LMRG, uh, and he reviews them and gives me his recommendations on a regular basis, which he has done with this one as well. And but this time he's actually offering another layer and on top of just reviewing it. So he's actually offering a layer of engagement, which we have not gotten before. So, and I think that's important. I really do. I mean, like that level of expertise is something that we should feel honored to have, to wanting to help in this direction. And I think I think it'll be a more collaborative effort on all of Asgardia, from the HON down that way, because eventually what we pass is going to have to go back up the chain, and and government will have to look at it and review it again. So are we going to slow the process down if we don't pass something that government is going to accept? And of course, Mark's part of government. So rather than create that hurdle, maybe we should pause for a brief spell and consider Mark's offer and go with that. I don't know. To me, that seems like a more practical, more legitimate way to go. This is, of course, me as a Parliament member, not as the LMRG chairman or the Trade and Commerce chairman, but as a Parliament member, I think that is a better route to go. Because it seems like to me that we'll come out with more in the end, in the long run. And everything that we need to get done, like satisfying Decree 89, and then some, because I don't. I know that people in the LMRG saw Mark's comments. I don't know if it was shared all of Parliament or not, but I do know it was shared with the LMRG, and he specifically lists all the areas that he plans to help us in, and it's quite extensive. It's quite extensive. I mean, it actually aligns perfectly with the acceptance speech we just got from the Prime Minister. I mean, word for word almost. And so, and that says a lot. It looks like our Minister of Justice and the Prime Minister are on the same page. So, yeah, anyway, I just wanted to add that.
Well, yeah, I'll come to Ricky in a moment. My personal preference would be to pass the first reading and then essentially do what you said, which is to take that and then review it because the first reading can be amended too. I would say the principle is that we're agreeing that we need to pass something. We can change any part of the thing if we put that forward. And remember, I have to go forwards and backwards with the head of nation a lot because he's very personally engaged in it. Ricky. Ricky?
Yes.
Okay.
Going to John's slide, I got 2 points actually. And one is on the conflict resolution. Now, in the 16-page document, I don't know if everyone got a chance to read it or not, as being primarily a internal mechanism for dealing with conflicts. Can't really use it. The Asgardian agrees to other thing. You were talking about the registry. That also in that same document, it discusses that it should be like a registry, not actually granting land rights.
That's not very good. I'm not sure if it's just me, but the signal's not very good, Ricky. I think that your signal's breaking down. I think Ricky, your signal's not working.
And that the lunar, I'm having the same issue.
I'm afraid I can't really. The signal's not working, Ricky, and I don't think you can hear me telling you that either.
Yeah, might be.
Ricky, I can't. I can't hear you. I'm afraid they don't have to wait till Ricky finishes because I can't stop him, and we can't hear him. I think he may have vanished completely now. Ricky, we can't hear you. Let's go to Sarah and see what happens. I think Ricky's frozen. Sarah?
I'm here.
Oh, right, Ada. Okay, let's go to Ada because you're finally audible. Then we'll go to Sarah. And if you can hear me out there, we didn't really hear much of what you said for the last 2 minutes or so, 3 minutes. So, so Ada, you go ahead. Ada, you go ahead, and then it's Sarah, and then Salvos.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about this, but I got lost in all the conversation that have been forward. Do we still speaking about the Antarctic Act?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
May I say something about it?
Of course, yeah.
Lambic?
Yeah, go ahead. No problem. Yeah.
So okay, my name is Ira Crescente, Vice Chair from Safety and Security, right? And included in this act, I have the reason to comment as follow. I'm gonna give you some details because we still have a lot of questions about it and doubts at the same time in this matter. We love our ego Archibald, but there's a lot of stuff that has to be fixed in this proposal to be approved. So it being written, this proposal is being written by Ego Archibald, focus he's been working hard to be in space, and now that we are speaking a lot to get a land to work on it and have some fun. But the matter is that Mary buying land in Antarctic it will be the first physical territory on Earth. It's about 1.6 million square kilometers, right?
Yeah.
It's the only major piece of land on Earth that no country could not claim because it don't belong to nobody. By the purpose to recognize the real country by the international law, moving Asgardia from virtual to physical, the lands will sell to citizens in the Antarctic territory. They are aiming for 150 million lots. Materials in maximum for the number of citizens that the Constitution approved, right? So the connection plan will be tied to Asgardia passport and national currency. So that's the way it's gonna work. Dr. Eagle says that the land belongs to no one, and I may generate it may generate money from us that believe selling the land to the international community as Asgardia's people, right? But the purpose of collecting funds, for the infrastructure, like the ground-based simulation complex, while giving followers of sense of the ownership in the project, very clever way to find form for space for dreaming user. So in this land, when they try to purchase to sell it, do they investigate the land? They went over there, saw the land, that they could sell the land so the people or citizens could be safe if they want to live there or they want to do business. If this is approved to be resold, or just put the money there and forget about the land. That's a lot of question between investigating when we try to sell a land. We have to go to the place and see the land that is approved to resell it to another people. So there's a lot of question in this matter. To make a real estate technical, no one can stop Eagle Achubeli to buy it and give the right to manage a land in that place, because nobody wants that place. We could find it in all the website. I don't know why, and it's gonna be a bigger financial. But the thing is that we don't lose the money if we want to buy a land later there, so the Asgardia could have their money to work in their purpose, right? So the people that works and wants to buy a land there, they have to have a land that they could build or do more than that in Asgardia Space Nation. Now, where we always say this, that's not the only place. There could be another beautiful places they could buy. We have to, we know we have to pay taxes in the planet, but it will help build some money for Asgardia Space Nation in the purpose that we want. There's nowhere, only Atlantic, right? In a place that nobody knows, we have to pay taxes. So why we don't pay the taxes instead of losing money or make another people lose the money they're gonna buy a land where they don't know is secure? And that's my question about it. Otherwise, this proposal has a lot of questions, a lot of acts to investigate about that land, and not only vote for it and just say yeah, and then later comes the problem.
Okay.
That's my question.
Thank you. Well,
that's
right.
my question.
Well, I can simply say we have to make this work so that it is legally achievable. Everybody agrees that. We have to work out what we're trying to achieve very specifically, and that takes some legal consideration. In terms of the specific answer to your question, I don't know yet. I'm actually not a lawyer, but what we have to do together, and this is why I think we have to have an event, a proper meeting about this, specifically about this. What we have to do together is get to a situation where we answer the very questions that you're asking. And if we can do that, then we need to have good legal advice. I need to know how the nation thinks as well, because he has researched this a lot. And I think we need to talk to the very people that we want to make this happen with, which is basically the perhaps the United Nations and others. I'm going to say a bit less because I can see we've got Sarah and then we've got Salvos. But Sarah, let's get you next, Sarah.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone, and there's many of us who have poured your time, energy, heart, and soul into Decree 89 and making this legislation viable. I know there has been just a massive amount of behind the scenes work, and I want you to know that even though it's not immediately apparent, especially in a sitting like this, that you are seen, and I do appreciate your time. Having said that, Lemmet, there's been a lot of talk about like voting for, voting against, or abstaining. Could you explain what those three actions by us as parliamentarians mean? Because I don't know that everybody watching would understand that.
Okay, let me explain it objectively without trying to sell you to vote yes, which I hope you do, but I've said that already. If you vote yes, if you vote for this, you're voting for the first reading. And what you're saying is we need to progress to looking at the content of the entire document. At first reading stage, you're voting for the preamble, the core principles, and the titles of the articles, but not the content of the articles. At second reading, you're looking at the whole document, all the detail. At third reading, you're looking at the whole document, all the detail again. The second and the third reading exists to make changes to the detailed content. It has to all be correct at third reading. And we have stopped in the past at third reading and recycled it. In fact, the first time we did a lot of that was with the ACE Act, which was run by John Fine. So that's what happens now. If you vote yes, then you're passing this at first reading. And I've made the executive decision based on all the things that are happening that we have to do another detailed Asgardia legislative forum just on this subject. So then that will take place before any further vote is taken on this item. And everyone can be there, ministers, legal counsel, everybody else. If you vote no, then it's difficult because I suppose I would say that essentially voting no says that there's no prospect of progressing with this legislation in its current form to the extent that you just refuse to take it further. If you abstain, then you're not making a decision. Abstention means that you aren't essentially saying yes or no, you're leaving it for other people to decide. So yes progresses it to the commission stage and the detailed analysis line by line, a little bit like what John actually did. I think stalls the process. And since this is very important because it's got a decree behind it, I would prefer to move to the second. I would prefer to move to the document through first reading and then do what John said, which is we actually look through the whole thing line by line. I suppose I could summarize it in a sentence. If it goes through first reading, we're saying we can get there from here, and the commission is where we work out how. Let me go to Salvos next.
Thank you, Chair. As I'm not a member of this parliament, I'm not going to express a direct opinion on voting yes or no on this legislation. However, I would like to make a comment primarily as a lawyer that I have looked at the matter. And I'm saying that with great respect for all the efforts that the chairman, John Fine, has done, especially him, on the subject, and with great respect for the opinion of the Minister of Justice, Mark Beer. Now, according to the introduced legislative proposal, Asgardia shall make a claim toward territorial sovereignty, but over the territory of Marie Byrd land in Antarctica, willing to achieve it amicably in accordance with international law. This is very important. Colleagues, we have been talking about the difference between symbolic and real claim. What is a real claim for Asgardia in operating strictly within the frames of international law? Asgardia has no army. Asgardia doesn't intend to occupy Antarctica by force. Asgardia raises a claim in accordance with international law. After all, if this claim should not be taken as a claim by a country because we're not a recognized state, then at the first phase, during the first phase at least, it will be taken symbolically by default. It's not an act of war to occupy Antarctica. What else could that be? Secondly, if there is a real danger, in my opinion, that danger would be if we were about to distribute property, which property doesn't belong to Asgardia by any legal means. That is property that we don't have established legal rights on it. That could be taken as a fraud. If we promise to allocate, to distribute property to the citizens, that would be a problem, but we don't do that either. What we're saying is that we are going to actually, let me read the article. Asgardia shall specify the registration of digital property rights for land plots as a free, non-remunerated option, non-constituting a commercial or investment instrument, attributable to Asgardian citizenry, and envisaged but not warranted with a potential subsequent transition to actual possession rights upon the lawful acquisition of or recognition of territorial or property rights by Asgardia. So we don't promise anything we don't have. We are transparent here. I'm not saying that this document is not challenging from a legal perspective. It is extremely challenging, and I have studied a lot on the subject. But what I'm saying is that, hang on a minute, we're not going to invade Antarctica, and we're not going to sell anything that doesn't yet, at least, belong to us. So in that respect, I'm more aligned with the opinion of the chairman of this parliament, despite the legal ambiguous opinions on the subject, which actually I respect a lot, and I also have studied a lot on the subject, but I'm inclined more to what chairman said that I don't want to repeat, because I don't want to say vote yes or no. But this is, after all, this is the first reading. I think that we have the opportunity to work on the subject and to make it even better. We have another 2 readings, that's all I want to say, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate that. Let's go to John next. And thank you. Also, I'm not a legal person, which is why I'm being a bit careful. But we can get all of that expertise into the commission when we have it. Okay, John.
Yes, well, I just want to say that the way you framed to Sarah what the yes, no, and abstain means, and you said that the yes means that we are voting on the first reading and the contents of the first reading. And right now, some of the contents of the first reading are parts that are in ambiguity. They are in question. So those parts themselves, in my professional opinion, need to be changed. And so I need clarification that not only will the contents of the articles changed, but the articles themselves and the preamble and the core principles may also be changed as well. And in that case, if they can, then I can see maybe moving forward, but I still have to consider what Mark Beer has said, because he said what he said in his letter is that he suggests that we completely resolve ourselves of this particular track and get on a different track. And the track that he's offering is way better than what we're currently offering, even if we did pass first this first reading, and even if this thing became law eventually, he's still offering something way better than what we currently have. Like I said, what we're currently doing right now is one little small piece of the puzzle. Mark's offering the whole puzzle, and that's why I'm reserved to maybe not go forward, because I'd rather see us go in the direction that Mark Beer is talking about, which is, like I said, aligned with a lot of the stuff that the acting prime minister said in his speech. And it makes, and it highlights Asgardia's strengths. I don't think we're highlighting our strengths right now in this particular direction that we're going, because I've been with Asgardia from the very beginning too, and our goal has always been a goal of getting into space. It's never been a goal of acquiring territory on Earth. It's been a goal, and originally in the first Parliament, we were going to satisfy the Montevideo Convention by claiming territory in space through the international space law, and we were going to have our international lawyers and whatnot work on getting a provision, trying to get a provision put in to allow us to do that as well. And there was a functional domain that could lead us in that direction. Now, Mark's offering something similar to that, that would give us what we want, and he obviously knows, has a lot of insight on it because he works with those committees, and so that's a direct connection to United Nations. So I don't know. That's the conflict that's going on inside me right now. I'm torn between two worlds, and one, I can see progress. One, I I can't see the progress as good as I would like to see it, and that's because we're starting out with a document that needs to be fixed, and we've never done that before, by the way. In Parliament, it always got fixed before it got to first reading, and the first reading did, and we the first readings didn't have never changed, and then the insides did, yes, and the second got developed, but in this case, it's the actual first reading that needs development. The one that was submitted by the LMRG, which was actually originally it was called the Antarctic Engagement Act, that was in it, that was produced by the Trade and Commerce Committee, and that one got declined. And then we took that one and we combined it with the efforts of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and we worked within the LMRG and come up with the AAA, which is not this particular version. And the version that we submitted, what did not have any ambiguity in it. There was no legal conflicts in that one, but this one does have. And so the one that was submitted for first reading is not the one that's being presented here today. but if this is the one we have to work with, then you know, I myself already see places in it that have to be repaired just in the first reading alone, and that bothers me. But the um, so and I know the purpose of this. I know the direction that this is going, and I fully support that direction. I fully support the purpose, the overall purpose. But I still think that we are a legislative body, and we should use reasoning and rational thought to guide our actions, and not be haste in our decision making. So, that's just my personal opinion. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to add that. But if you clarify that the first reading itself can be changed as well, as far as the articles, the preamble, and other pieces of it, then I'm fine with that. But if you're willing to do that, like I showed in the presentation, where certain ones do need to be changed to remove the ambiguity, and you know, I'm not a lawyer, but I am somebody that has studied international law for some time now, and ambiguity can be a real, um, uh, real problem, and it can be a real problem in regular law too. And so, and I don't think we should start out that way myself. But anyway, okay.
John, we'll come to you in a minute, Ada. Take your questions in order. First of all, yes, we can change all of it, and actually we have before. In the last 8 years, there have been times when we've changed things like the preamble or actually the articles. If you think about it, if you change something in second reading, if you take an article out, that is essentially changing the first reading as well, because we list the article names in the first reading. Everything can be changed. Secondly, I've also seen Minister Beer's commentary. However, he might not be considering the first reading the way I put it forward. Essentially, it's saying, yeah, we can get there from here, and then we can make changes. 3 more points. Thirdly, when we did the ACE Act, we went round and round and round and round. And with the Finance Act, we actually withdrew it just before we voted at third reading. I remember it was very contentious, but we did it again. And so fourthly, that led me to say something at the time, which still stands. We want to get the legislation right. The whole process is here to get the legislation right. It's not here just to be a process, which is why we've got these 3 check steps. And then the final thing I would say, and then I've something to read to you, which will indicate why I'm quite keen on getting the first reading through. The final thing is, if we say no, it looks like, in my opinion, it looks like we're saying, well, we're nowhere near it. But actually, let's remember the version we're using is very closely based on what you, John, and the LMRG proposed in the first place. There are differences. And as the acting Prime Minister said, it's a question about the word symbolism. We really need to drill into that. We really need to get into that. We're not able to fix that today. We cannot fix that today. But that's at the core of the conversation. And I need to have dialogue with head of nation, and I expect probably the Prime Minister as well, with his legal experience. So I would say if you consider this to be a rigid system where we get stuck, then Mark Beer would be right. But actually, we have set precedents before to change everything, or even to withdraw legislation when we weren't happy with it. I think we spent something like 2 years getting your ACE Act through, which I remember frustrated. You found it frustrating, but in the end, the ACE Act was great because we took it round a few times. One other thing, the head of nation can always refuse to sign something by decree if he's not happy, and that's happened as well. So there's a precedent for everything. Now, one other thing, I actually have got a letter, and maybe I should have raised this earlier, But no, I think this is the right time. It's from the head of nation himself. And I think you'll understand more why I would like to get the first reading through when you hear this. I'll just read it to you. It's from the head of nation, and it's to me and to the Parliament. And there's no problem sharing it. I'm not breaking any confidence. Dear Parliament, this is from the head of nation. And I'm reading it to illustrate why I'm quite keen, why I would like to get the first reading through, and then we get into this dialogue that John and Salvos and everybody would like to have. And I suppose Mark Beer as well. Dear Parliament of Asgardia, I address you regarding the matter of fundamental importance for the future development of Asgardia. The consideration of the Asgardia Antarctica Act is of strategic importance for the formation of Asgardia's international and state position as an independent space nation. This initiative is directly connected to the issues of state sovereignty and the international recognition of Asgardia. At present, the number of territories not under the direct sovereignty of states of planet Earth is extremely limited, which makes the timely consideration of this matter particularly important. In this regard, the Parliament of Asgardia must determine the future direction of the development of Asgardia's state sovereignty. I request the immediate consideration of the draft act on the land of Asgardia in Antarctica, what we're calling the Asgardia Antarctica Act, in accordance with Decree 89 of the Head of Nation, dated 2 Capricornus 0009, 4th of December 2025. Respectfully, Head of Nation of Asgardia, Dr. Iguasha Bailey. I think that's one of the reasons I've been motivated, because I think that if we do pass the first reading, we can do exactly what he says. He's got no objection for us getting this right. He wants us to get it right. It doesn't help us to convince ourselves and then nobody else takes us seriously outside Asgardia. So I feel, and this is my political opinion, and you may have a different one. I feel that if we do pass the first reading, then we can do exactly what John said. And remember, all of this has been broadcast all over the world, and it's a permanent record of what's being said. Then we can organize that commission or that series of Asgardia legislative forums. That's what they exist to do, with the right experts, because we don't usually have witnesses in the digital sittings. And also, we can't really change things during the digital sitting. If we change something in the digital sitting, I have to withdraw it and represent it. So we can do what John wants to do. We can look at the presentation that John's had, and I will have time to get the Head of Nations feedback as well, and Mark Beers, and then we can proceed from there. If we turn it down, I feel, this is just my judgment, I feel that we're actually slowing things up, and the Head of Nation is very keen that we get progress, because we don't have to do the first reading again. Even if we pass it, we can modify those parts, and then we bring it to second reading. I'm just really aware of the fact we have to get this through this year. I mean, I'm actually so aware of it that we might even have to have an extra sitting of Parliament. And if we don't pass first reading, unless we do first and second reading together, which is really just the same as modifying a second reading, then I think we won't be ready in time. And I really want us to finish this by the 12th of October. That's my reasoning. And I'm grateful to the Head of Nation for having sent this letter as well. Ada. Ada? If you're mute, Ada, at the moment. Okay. Well,
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes I get upset because some people likes to be only with it in the side of the people that have big money, high position, even that they are not right. But I am a person. If I don't matter that the person have money, have high grade or high position, or is poor, but it's right in what it says that we could approve. I'm in that side. I don't see levels, right? So the Prime Minister Salvo, God bless you again, says we cannot sell something that we haven't not buy. But the purpose is to buy it now. If it's secure to sell a land that haven't not been physical investigated. That's the purpose that we are fighting here, to see if this place is permit already by a union, and to see if it still has ice, or it still has a lot of water on it, or it has land, so that the Asgardia could sell the place to a citizen, that they could do something on it, but not to later they cannot do that, and then they lose the money. And that's the only opinion right here that I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ada. Okay, we've had a conversation and dialogue about it. Let me try and summarize how I see it, and then you have to decide how you want to vote. We have a form of words, first reading, with the articles laid out in it, but only to illustrate the thinking of head of nation and others, and me to an extent as well, actually. The wording can be changed. If you vote yes, also we had a letter from the head of nation really encouraging us to move forward. And I'll interpret that letter at the end of what I'm going to say. If you vote yes, that means you're agreeing in principle that we do need to do something here. We do need to work out what we're doing with Antarctica. And as the acting Prime Minister rightly said, we'll do all of this within the law. It doesn't make any sense to not do it within the law. It's meaningless if we don't. And to some extent, we need to interpret what that means, what we can do, and how we can do it. So if you vote yes, we go into that process, and we can reverse engineer any part of the first reading, and we have done that before, so the precedent already exists. I just haven't made a very big deal of it before because it's not really been all that relevant. The second thing I'll say is that if we vote no, I just think it sends the wrong signals. And I think it says that we don't have the confidence to believe we can fix this. That's what I really feel. I have no fear of acting in dialogue with also Salvos, who, if you approve him, is also a member of the Supreme Space Council, and it's quite legitimate for us to have a full and frank conversation with the head of nation about how we progress. But if we say no, it just looks like we're saying no, we're just not doing this, and I don't feel that that's right. It feels wrong, because I think that we have to say not can we do it, but how can we do it? What are we actually able to do? Third point, we have to convince the United Nations at some point anyway. So if we do things the United Nations doesn't like, that doesn't help us. So we have a very strong practical motivation to produce something which doesn't create some international crisis. And the final thing is, just in terms of the letter I read to you, and I'm getting some messages. I sound persuasive, but people aren't certain. I don't play games with Parliament, and I feel that what the head of nation is saying in a diplomatic way when he says, "I request immediate consideration of the draft act in accordance with Decree 89," that he really wants us to move forward faster. He was frustrated that we did not. Frustrated in a political sense that we didn't do more at the previous sitting, but I was finding it very difficult to make progress. Because it's so complicated, I don't feel we lose anything by going to first reading. Remember also, if colleagues do not like the outcome, you can always vote it down at second reading. Nothing I can do about that, and nor would I try, because we are a democracy. So thank you for those who are saying that I'm persuasive, but I'm not trying to persuade you into something I don't believe. And I have been actively conversing, and we had a mini summit in Cyprus, and we talked about this honestly and openly there. So I would like the first reading to be passed, with the condition that we will have at least one session dedicated to this single issue, Asgardia Legislative Forum, and that everybody can, if you don't like the outcome of where we go, then everyone can vote no anyway at second reading. And we've done all of those things in different times before. And I just keep thinking 12th of October is so soon. And I really feel we need to have it ready by then. So that's my view. I hope it's persuasive, but there's no hidden agenda to that. I just really feel that we owe it to the head of nation to really look like we're saying, yep, okay, first reading, but we got to do work now. The quid pro quo is, the condition back is, okay, we passed first reading, but now we've got to listen, and we've got to talk, and we've got to share the concerns and get them right. Sarah.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think I can't speak for obviously anyone but myself. I think many of us remain incredibly uncertain. This is not the bill. I'm sorry, the potential legislation that went through the LMRG, that was approved through the LMRG. I do understand that there's been many conversations in the last couple of days, which has resulted in the legislation that we are voting on. And I think if you do see more abstentions than you normally would, it's because again, I'm sorry, I can't speak for everybody. It's because I, as a parliamentarian, absolutely believe this is a path. We absolutely need to establish territory, but we absolutely do not believe that this legislation as it stands or this direction is the direction to go. And I don't know what that is. Again, I can't speak for everybody, but there is a lot of uncertainty, and I don't believe, and I know you are very politically savvy and I am not, right? Give me a chest cold and I'm great. Ask me to solve peace in North Ireland and I'm not so great. But I don't vote symbolically, right? Like I vote very tactilely and with a purpose. And so I just again I can't speak for everybody, but I do think if you see a rash of abstentions, then that is probably the reason.
I understand. I did actually help to debate the peace in Northern Ireland. It's one of my jobs, and you know that. For me, I feel that it's important to remember, this is what I was going to say, nothing is passed in statute until the third reading is passed by us and signed by decree, and we're 3 stages away from that. I'm just trying to guess that's 2 stages away. I don't do baseball, but I guess it's like you don't get a run till you get to the final thing. I can't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're in a pickle. It's also a baseball term. It means when you're stuck between 2 plates and you can't go to either plate because they're throwing the baseball back and forth, and you're going to be out either way. So I guess my very last the very last consideration that I would have is if we don't pass the first reading and then at the next parliament, as you suggested, we do the first and the second reading that we all approve or that we're all far more comfortable with, do we really lose time? Because I know that this is important and I know we are on a definite time frame, but actually, and I think Savos may have touched on this, and I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what he said. I promise I was listening. But where do we, when the rubber hits the road, where do we lose the least amount of time? Is it approving this and then gutting it and starting over, or is it not approving this and punting to a version that we can all support?
Okay, there's actually, we lose more time if we don't pass the first reading, and here's why. About 80% of it is common to both versions. Most of it is the same. We're talking about, I'm estimating about 20% of it's different, and I can even tell you where that is. It's to do with the level of symbolism versus actual property ownership, and that's above my pay grade. I'm not a lawyer, but I have spoken with Salvas a lot about this, and obviously with the head of nation. So if we turn it down, we're basically saying the 80% that's common isn't good enough. And that's difficult, because then if we bring it back again, this won't happen. But an external observer say, why have you brought this back when you threw it out already? But I know that the head of nation will be frustrated with that, because he would make the same point. He pretty much has made that point to me. We're actually not arguing about very much. So I just feel That's my view. I mean, John can say if he has a different view or different percentage, but most of it is the same. There's a principal point in the middle of this which we need to resolve. Sorry, Sarah.
And what would that principal point be?
It's a question of defining what we mean by symbolism and territorial ownership. Salvos explained it because he has the same concern. I mean, he says the same concern from a legal point. He knows we have to get this right because it's meaningless for us to play at legislation which nobody else takes seriously. But my answer to you would be 80% of it. Even John said when he presented, most of it's the same. A few bits were taken out which were actually incidental. We haven't talked about them. There's no point because they're not there. But the bit that we're trying to work out is what does the symbolism mean, and also the point about what is acceptable in terms of international law. And we can't do that today because it doesn't require changes. That's why I'm suggesting we have a non-voting session where we actually go through all of these details pretty much line by line. And I would expect we would do it in the way that John presented his version. So that's why I'm thinking to throw this out is almost pedantic, because if you actually don't like any of it, if you dislike most of it, then we should throw it out. You should vote no. But if, and John's coming in so he can clarify if he's agreeing with my percentages or not. But if most of it we agree, then we shouldn't wait. It's a bit like not driving a car because we disagree about what color the car is. It's actually more than that. It's like what tires you've got on it, something meaningful, but you can drive the car. If you think the car's not drivable, then don't get in it. But I don't hear anyone saying we're completely on the wrong course. And if it had been like that, I would have said to the head of nation, I thought that, because he's actively involved. He's one of the authors, really, of the whole process. Let me go to Ricky, Ariadne, and John. Hopefully that explains why I think it's better to go through the first reading. Ricky.
Yes. Hope you can hear me this time.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, you disappeared completely before. It was like
I asked John to go ahead. Yeah, it kept dropping in and out.
That's okay. We can hear you
I
now.
asked John if he would place the 16-page document in the Parliament discussion so that help people to understand what needs to be done. And also, if Mr. Bierce agrees, put his letter in there also, so everyone can read it.
Well, we can.
That is really, really important because there's
You're gone again, Ricky. Ricky, you're unreadable again. You seem to be able to have about
non-lawyers don't agree with in the current for me. Then,
thank you. Just to say
that everyone read that.
Yeah, right. Basically, we have a lot of materials, and all of them will be able to be used because they're already in the public domain. We're not going to censor or airbrush out things which already exist. So what I suggest, whatever the right way to share the documents is, well, you'll do. What matters, just one point about the Mark Beer situation. I don't think Mark Beer interprets what the first reading does correctly. The first reading is a statement of intent. And then the second reading is the detail. That's essentially what we're saying. And so even if you agree with Mark Beer about needing to not pass this as legislation, you can still agree with the first reading because we can't get to the legislation corrections, the fixes, until we've got a basic framework. But I'm back to the same point. I just feel that it sends the wrong signals if we haven't even got the confidence to say that the 80% or whatever John thinks is the percentage that we all agree on is enough of a basis, and then we work out this crucial central point of contention, which is about a level of symbolism versus literal interpretation. And that might be a sticking point, but we won't know that until we really get deep and heavy into that. Ariadne, then John, who I think will probably be the last speaker.
Bien, tomando en consideración la carta que nos
Yes,
ha
taking
enviado
into consideration the letter from the head of nation, I think that we have to reevaluate what we are doing. There's a commission that does the counting of the voting. They are not here. Maybe I don't think they're in the debate. They're gonna see the numbers, who abstained, who said no, who said yes. So in terms of real terms, if we say no,
invalidamos el proceso.
we invalidate the process. If we abstain,
Lo podríamos truncar.
we could also invalidate it. If we say yes, we say that even if we see so many things to correct, we're saying yes to continue, and it's like a boat in the ocean, and we cannot do anything. We help the boat to continue and through the storm, and this is something that we can do. We could vote in favor to continue to move forward. I see this as in moving in space. We're not gonna say, oh, let me open the door, let me go back to Earth. That's something that we cannot do it just like that. I think we can reconsider and put a yes and work together in that document all together with the committees, and work on it and the force that it requires. And the head of the nation is thinking about Asgardia, and we would have to reevaluate what we're going to do here. So that's all I'm thinking right now. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point I hadn't considered, I suppose.
Sí,
yeah, that's a good point I hadn't considered. Before I say anything, just one other thing, of course. If people don't agree with it after we've gone through the process I'm suggesting, I can't stop you from voting against it at second reading. I just find there's more legitimacy to taking up parliamentary time, because it costs money as well as time for us to have these sorts of commissions and so on. If I can report to the people who have the administration and also head of nation saying, yeah, they passed the first reading and now I have to have some special meetings to have it. If they say, if I had to say to them, well, no, they rejected the first reading, he'd say, well, help me understand that. He'd say, why are you wanting to have special commissions for something that's been rejected in principle? John?
Well, I do agree that, yes, you're right. It's about 80-20 split on the percentage. Right now, that 20% is a big part, because the 20% that was removed all the ambiguity out of the act. And the 20% that was added the ambiguity. So, and ambiguity is a big deal. So, but it is a 80-20% split. The original act had 13 articles. This one has 12. There are some key differences. One of the articles that was omitted or left out was the definitions, which is, I think, an essential article of any act, because it takes out all the ambiguity. It defines what each term within the act means. And that's why definitions is used both in international law and country law, or state law, national law, in all countries, including the United Nations. They use definitions as well. It's a way the world has determined to help, especially when after it becomes law and lawyers are sitting there trying to figure out what each thing means, they can often go to the definitions and get a clear understanding of what it means. whereas in the document itself, it may have some a little bit of ambiguity. The definitions clears that meaning that meaning up. It establishes a focal point that people can go to get clear meaning of whatever the law is talking about. So I do think that personally, I think that should be brought back in, but because it is a key legal strategy that's used amongst nations of the world as well as the United Nations as well as and we have been using it in all the recent legislations that we've been passing. We didn't always use it in the past, but we did have used it in all the recent legislation that we have passed. Now, the one thing that has bothered me somewhat is because this did break protocol. And the reason why it broke protocol is because this was a committee act that was a joint venture of the Trade and Commerce Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee working through the LMRG, but it was still a committee act. And the changes were made were advanced enough that it should have went back to committee so that the committee could negotiate and deliberate on those changes. And that's by our own protocols that we have established within Parliament that we've established from the very beginning. And that did not happen. So and that's why the actual lineage of the version lineage has now been broken because I have no idea who wrote this particular version. And the only thing I'm going to be able to put in there is this version was submitted on this day on Slack by the Parliament coordinator, but I have no idea who submitted it. So I have suspicion who submitted it, but I don't have an actual person that I can put attached to it. And I know it wasn't submitted by my committee. I know it wasn't submitted by the Foreign Affairs Committee. So, and that is a problem because it breaks the continuity of our own organization here in Parliament on protocol. So, but I mean, this is all the dilemmas that are entering my head right now, and me trying to decide whether or not I want to vote yes, vote no, or abstain. I hear what you're saying, I sympathize with that, but then again, I hear what Sarah said, and I think abstention is not saying that it completely collapses. I think it's just saying that people are still unclear on which way to vote. I don't think it collapses the ideal entirely. It just says that we're just uncertain of what we want to do. I wouldn't vote no. I can guarantee you that. Right now, I'm torn between voting yes and abstention. And believe it or not, the letter you wrote from the HON actually pushed me back over into the abstention because he talks about what that first sentence where he talks there's very little land claimable on the earth. Well, he's right about that. Actually, there's no land claimable on earth. And I know this because I know international law, and I've spent the last 6 years studying it. And I'll go up against the best lawyer on that. But there is no land claimable for a non-state actor. Period. It just don't exist. There is no law that you can dip into to make that happen. It's not happening. And I've said this over and over, time and time again. I've said this within our discussion, so it's not new. You're not hearing it for the first time. But and especially Antarctica, because Antarctica is protected by an international law regime, which is the ATS, and that's unbreakable. You can't get in that. You cannot wiggle your way into that regime at all. and that regime says that Antarctica is off limits. The whole continent of Antarctica is off limits. And the only thing that you can do is exactly what the act that we put forward for first reading did. It creates a functional domain, which is your research zones, your participation zones, and your economic zones. And those are the legal pathways into Antarctica, and the only ones. And that's exactly what the original act that we had did. Now this one, it may not say it openly, and there may be a play on words, but it implies, and you said it yourself, it's the intent. This one implies that we're going to take claim of land in Antarctica. It gives you that impression. Even though even though you can legally say, yeah, okay, it's saying this instead, it gives you the impression that we might try to take claim of land in Antarctica, which we can't do. Okay, full stop. There's no way we can do that, and not through Austria, not through any other nation. It doesn't exist. Austria has to follow the ATS just like anybody else, and all non-governmental entities registered in Australia have to follow Australian law. Australian law has to follow the ATS because Australia said they would. Period. There's no way, there's no legal way around that. And the ATS is set in stone. And there have been bigger attempts to break the ATS in the past, especially to get mineral rights and stuff, whatnot, in Antarctica, and they have all failed. There have been attempts before, and they've all failed. So, anyway,
Okay, well,
that's where I'm at right now. I'm torn between voting yes, not voting no. I won't vote no. I can guarantee you that.
okay.
But because I do believe with Sarah that we can do the first and second reading next time, but I would just be more comfortable, like her. I'd be more comfortable knowing that we got the language right before we voted on it, and acknowledging that, but and not because you said it yourself. If something changes on an act, then you have to pull it from the agenda. Well, essentially, that's what you've just done. You've agreed that the whole thing can change. So that essentially changes that act. So technically, by your own admission, you have to pull this from the agenda. And I'm sorry, but that's what you just said. So by your own admission, because you just changed the first reading, because you said it can change, and I actually changed it in my presentation, it now has to be pulled from the agenda because you admitted that and said that here on this forum. But if we want to go through process, the the reason I'm not doing this because I'm against the ideal of I actually think doing time in Antarctica research and all that is a great adventure. I think that will give us more than we can ever imagine as far as recognition and statehood. But it's how we do it that matters. And I just don't want the international community seeing this as trickery or some kind of thing that I don't want to send in the wrong message. And I want them to actually see it as a legitimate means to accomplish that. And I do know that the only way that can happen is through a functional domain. But anyway, that's all I want to say. I'm torn between yes and abstention.
Okay.
And by the end of this session, or by the time it is time for me to vote, which is tomorrow or before it's counted, I will make up my mind. But right now, I'm still torn.
Okay. Good try, no prize, when you said that I should pull it. Because I'm not letting you get away with that. Here's what I heard from what you said. Oh, by the way, I find this really interesting, but I'm aware we have other work to do today as well. So I really want to bring this to a close. I'll let Ferda and Ariadne speak. Here are the points. Number one, we've agreed 80% of it is the same. We're only talking about 20%. You don't chuck out a first reading. You don't reject a piece of law if it's 80% right. That's crazy. Secondly, what you're voting for is the version in the documents. Now, I knew John had the presentation, and what John has helpfully done is shown the nature of the debate we will have when if you pass this, when we have that commission. The third point is this: I can see there's some debate about a letter which I read out, which I think is helpful, because it's Parliament who told me you wanted more communication with the head of nation. And so he's, I think, been quite helpful. And I've been reminded by a colleague, and I'm quoting what she's reminded me. I said myself, that Asgardia, officially the Space Kingdom of Asgardia, is a virtual or space nation structured as a constitutional monarchy. It functions as a digital parliamentary democracy that merges parliamentary legislative processes with a leadership role held by the head of nation. And I'm grateful for that. That's helpful. You know who you are. And the way I interpret that is this way. We have an executive president, like the American president, who can sign decrees and make decisions. He is actively involved in what we do, more than you probably even realize. On this one, it's clear because he's really, really pushing for success with this document. What I'm suggesting is very simple. I don't really think we're even arguing. I'm doing a trade. If we pass the first reading, that gives me the latitude to do all the debate that we need to get this fixed. I can't guarantee we're going to get to an agreement, but it means we're saying yes, but 80% of it's okay, but the 20% has to be right. If you say no, it's basically rejecting the whole idea for 20%. If we don't get that 20% right, which we have to get right, it's actually one thing which probably takes 20% of the document, this question about symbolism versus literal land use, then you can reject this anyway. Nothing I can do about that. I think it makes it harder if we reject the first reading. I just think it makes it harder. And I just don't see why we would reject it when we have very, very forensically defined where the issue is. By the way, I see what you mean about the definitions. I personally think they should be, and they normally are. That's not really there's nothing controversial about the definitions, I don't think. That's a fair point. So probably actually we're talking about 15%, but I don't think that's a good enough reason to reject it. That's my view. And as I say, the head of nation, he's expressed his view, and I haven't got a problem with the head of nation doing that. I'm pleased that he's actually paying personal attention. Could even be watching the proceedings right now. Further, then Ariadne, then I'm going to draw this part to a close and we'll have a short break.
Thank you very much. As a Foreign Affairs Committee Chair, my point of view is like John, we discussed this a lot, but I like to add some real world facts in it. First of all, in Antarctica, lots of countries has laboratories for research, and they are putting their flags and reclaiming the small land of their laboratory as theirs. And there are people making foreign relations between the laboratories and for science. We should do the same first before this. After that, with the John Fine's strategic advice of long paperwork he made, maybe we can claim in an economical area in Maryland and open a shop or something. After that, Antarctica Act will be okay for me. But of course, in legal ankle, you need to maybe do everything at the same time with the act. I don't know. We need to talk this through. I am sure about it. You are right about the 80% and 20% fixed part, but my vote will be abstain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ariadne, finally.
Bueno, el que digamos me
Well,
abstengo,
saying and I
y si
abstain,
todos dicen me abstengo, no
and
nos
if
va a
everyone
resultar.
does the same, will
Pero
not give us
en
good
realidad
results.
creo que la ley de
But
la
in
Antártica no
reality,
nos va a dejar.
this
No
law
podemos
will not,
dejarlo.
we
Es
cannot
imposible. O sea,
just
es
leave
uno
this
de los
law
retos
aside.
que tenemos enfrente.
This is one of
Y
the
no lo
challenges
vamos a
that we have
dejar
in front of
por nada.
us, and
De
we
hecho,
should
ya
not
soñamos
leave it.
con una serie de acciones como lo está mencionando
And we're
Henry.
already dreaming with
Ya
a
estar
series of
imaginando un
actions that we
territorio
should
para
take,
trabajar
like
investigación.
the ones
Pero
further
obviamente todos los que
suggestions.
están allá tienen un país
But
reconocido.
obviously,
Nuestra tarea
everyone
es
who lives there or
colaborativa.
who is
Ya lo
there
mencionó
has
Salvos
a
nuestra
country
Nuestra
that is
tarea ante
recognized.
todo es
And as
cooperativa,
Salvo said,
porque
our task is
solamente en la
mostly
colaboración vamos a
operative
demostrar lo que él ha dicho
and
también, que
cooperative, and
nosotros
through
como nación
cooperation,
queremos estar
we will demonstrate that
presentes
as a
en la
nation we
boca
want
de
to be
todos.
present
Por ese sentido,
and,
creo que
to be
si la
seen by the
comisión
world.
va a haber abstenencias más que a favor,
And I think
pues vamos a ponerle,
that if we get more
o sea, vamos a
abstentions
poner que sí,
than
vamos a poner que sí
voting
porque necesitamos
than
seguir adelante.
yes
Yo
votes,
creo que
it would be
yo creo
sad,
que
and
es lo
we
que
should
podemos
all
hacer.
vote yes.
Sueños más, sueños menos, pero estamos ahí. Estamos
Yeah,
ahí.
we all have dreams, but we are
El
all
debate va a
here,
seguir y
and the
tenemos
debate
lo
will go
siempre
on.
para poder definir muchas cosas, pero no lo
We
vamos a
have
aceptar
till
bajo
October
ningún
to
riesgo,
define
bajo
many things,
ninguna condición.
but we should not
Es lo que yo
let
veo y pues
this
creo
aside,
que yo
and
voy
that's
a
what I
cambiar mi voto.
think, and I will change my vote.
Sí.
That's what I think.
Thank you, everybody. Let me summarize my position. I obviously hope that you do vote yes on the first reading, and here's why. I'm going to say it briefly because I've already said it. So, further, is your hand up again, or is it just up from earlier on?
Yeah, earlier on.
Okay, fine. Okay, so first of all, 80% of it is not controversial. We're 80% of the way there. When I was in British Parliament, we'd have documents which are 40% right, and they would still get through first reading or second reading. It was a slightly different system. And then we'd go to something called committee stage. Our Asgardia letters reforms are the committee stage. That's where you say, yeah, we can get there from here, but it needs changes. Next, their donation is very, very connected to this piece of legislation. He really, really thinks it's important. And I think we shouldn't feel bullied by that. We should just be aware that this really matters to him. And I know why, because this, he believes, will unlock the key for Asgardia. And I take that seriously. And I don't think there's any reason for anyone to feel that you're being pushed into doing something by Head of Nation. He just wants to know how passionate he is about this. Thirdly, politics is about courage. When I did the Northern Ireland peace process that Sarah talked about before, it was frightening. I was dealing with people who'd killed people. And I had to make decisions sometimes, and I was all on my own because I didn't know anyone else who could help me. And we got a peace process. I think this is one time we might want to show some courage, but it's not very much courage. Just saying courage to say, okay, we'll go for this 80% thing, and we have the courage to know then that we will have our committee stage. We'll have our proper analysis of this thing. And if we don't like it, we can still pull it out. We can still say no. I can't guarantee we will get a result that's happy, but I can guarantee it'll be a lot easier if we get the first reading through. And you're basically saying yes, but that's my view. I'm not going to repeat everything else I said, and I have a feeling that what Salvo said was the same. He's a lawyer, and I know his thoughts are. He understands the same thing that we've just been talking about. But let's get everyone together because it's just easier if we start again. It just doesn't feel right. I feel that we should say first reading, and I could say to the head of nation, "Yep, okay, we passed the first reading, but these are the reservations, and this is what we're doing." Fair. It's just I can't put it any other way. It just seems like a mature way to move forward. That's all. Don't feel bullied by the head of nation. He just wants you to know he really cares. He really cares about this. He promised to get more involved, and he has. That's all I think I'll say on that. Happy to talk with people afterwards. I think that's been a really interesting debate. This is Parliament at its best, because you don't get this level of insight and rationality in many Earth parliaments, I can promise you. And we don't we don't fall out, we don't shout. And that's a nice thing. I think everyone's been a credit to the system here. Okay, I'm going to stop that there for now. We're going to have one break today, just one break. We'll make it a 20-minute break. So on that one, I hope I'm asking you to vote yes, but you don't have to. I'll be voting yes, because that takes us to the stage where everybody wants to be to fix that 20%. Voting no is difficult to. It's definitely difficult to justify when we're arguing about the 20, not the 80. Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's have a break, a 20-minute break now. And so we'll start at 10 to the hour. 10 to the hour. So please, let's all be ready for then. 20 minutes. This will be the only break. I think the other legislation will go quite a lot faster. I'm really looking forward to you hearing about the wall, the memorial as well, which Sarah Clark's come out with. So okay, I'm going to reset my computer, so I'm going to disconnect and reconnect, but I'll be back in 20 minutes. So see you then. Thank you, everybody. Great debate. But I just think that you don't stop a process if it's 80% right. Especially if you've got an excuse, you got no excuse to say, well, that was the last vote. If it's third reading, it's completely different. I think if we're arguing of whether of the level of symbolism versus real property purchase, which incidentally I have not worked out. I should have told. I have not worked that out myself because we have to get deep into international law, as John said before. But I'd much rather do it on the basis that we've said, yeah, we'll make progress, and then at the second reading, which is really when you're meant to do the detail anyway. You don't do the detail at first reading. Normally, it's not conventional, but at second reading, you do. It just seems like a better way of doing it. But it's true to say that I was in Parliament 13 years. I was in local government for 5. I spent 5 years in student politics. So I guess, in a way, I'm simply reflecting the conditioning that I experienced when I was in politics. Just one word to John, and then we're going to move on because I don't want to reopen that whole debate. John.
Well, a counter argument, since you're going to argue that, a counter argument is that you remove 20% of anything and it destroys it. I guarantee if you take 20% of me and remove it, I'm dead. Okay, it destroys me as an individual. But and that goes with anything. If you and the fact is that we spent months, if almost up to a year, in committees and ALFs and whatnot, running this thing through the ringer, with the final bill that we decided on as a parliament, a majority of us here, is the one that was submitted. And we did go through international. We went through a lot of processes. I think it's been over almost a year now that we've been working on this in committees and everything. And we did go through all those steps. And we come up with a viable act that does everything that the HON wants in the Decree 89 and has no ambiguity in it. And the 20% you're talking about puts all that ambiguity back in. And so what essentially has happened is everything that we spent all that time doing to remove ambiguity and have a clear path forward has now caused us to go back to ground zero and start all over again on something that didn't need to go back to ground zero because it was already fixed. It's already been settled. Everything that Marx talks about, we already did all of that in committee, in ALFs. And I know because I was there. I was a witness of it. And I've seen all the discussions and I wrote them down and I took notes. And I've got all those notes documented. So I know we did it. And now essentially what's going to happen is everything that we just spent all that time doing in the course of a year is now going to be thrown out. And in that 20%, it does that. It throws all that out and puts in exactly what we spent all that time trying to remove. So that is a problem. I'm sorry, it is. It just...
All right. Well, we're going back to the discussion we just had. First of all, we can't have been discussing it for a year because the decree came out in December. Secondly, we have to get it right.
We've been discussing it ever since the Executive Congress. I know that.
Okay, that was October. Okay. 28th of October. Stop. Sorry. Something nearly happened. You can hear me. We've been discussing it since since the end of October, and the decree came out in December. But that's as may be. Let's not have the second reading discussion at first reading. That's what you're doing. The second reading discussion.
No, sir. What we're discussing is that the proposal that we put forward for first reading, that we were expecting to see for first reading, is not the proposal that's being presented to us today. And the proposal that we're seeing today takes out 20% of the proposal that we put forward and include that in that 20%, it includes the ambiguity that we spent that time since the Executive Congress. Now, my committee has been working on it since the Executive Congress because we started out researching research zones that the day after the Executive Congress because it was actually Minister Ben Dale that talked about having research zones and economic zones, and he actually mentioned it in his address during the Executive Congress. And I took notes from that Executive Congress, and I took those notes and I started doing my research. And it was that research that where I figured out that that's how we could obtain, because there had been discussion about it wasn't Decree 89. We had discussion about Antarctica way before Decree 89 came out. And we'd already had those discussions. And and I said, okay, here's a viable pathway. And I started to develop it from there. And then it went from my committee to the Foreign Affairs Committee because my initial proposal got rejected. And so then we come up with the AAA. That was a collaboration between me and the Foreign Affairs. So
Somebody else.
and that's not what's being presented here today.
Right.
So
Okay. All right. I'm not having the same discussion again now, but just talking about the same things again doesn't change the outcome. If people are absolutely dead set, if you think that you want to throw out 100% of it, then vote no. But I think I don't think that's a very smart thing to do, because if just be aware, if I ever got something which 80% of the legislation I proposed through British Parliament, I would be happy as anything. And it's starting to say that because 20% is something you don't agree with, therefore you want to stop the process, seems unwise to me. And I think that's my concern is, after just having had a really good
we don't want to stop the process. We just want to hold
going
on.
back to saying, oh well, it's
We just want to hold the process until we can get.
well, that's what but by believing in yourself enough to support by believing in yourself enough and the work you've done to say that the 80% that you pretty much put together is good, then you should vote yes to it. Otherwise, it's like, oh, the 80% is so unimportant that the other 20% has destroyed it. And by the way, I'd be quite happy to lose 15% of myself, then I'd be at my target weight. So it's not true to say that it's always gets worse. You know, I need to get rid of about 50% of the weeds in my garden. This one has decided to help here.
No, we're talking 20%. I guarantee you would not want to lose 20% of your body mass.
Yeah, my daughter agrees with me, as you can see. She's just decided to get involved. I'd love to lose 15% of my body mass. I'd be happy to be 15 kilos lighter also. But returning to this, it's quite simple. If you think that the 20% is so bad that we have to start again, then vote no. But I just don't think that makes sense.
I wouldn't say vote no. I'd say abstain so that we can present something more mature to Parliament that was originally agreed upon.
Yeah, but you're not. Okay, you actually think about what you're saying. We're voting for the preamble, the core principles, and 12 or 13, whatever, article titles. We're not even voting for the content of the articles at this stage. So really, if I'm actually more look at it, if I'm pedantic myself, then we're arguing about, if you compare the first reading without the content of the articles with what you're talking about, it's even closer than 20%. It's probably 10. But I see why we can't make progress and then go into the committee stage, which is actually people would obstruct that process. It's been made clear now, if you vote for this, then we have that full and frank conversation. Everybody can be there. We can have anyone we want at these ALFs because they're not statutory, so we can have experts, we can have whoever we want advertising their position, and then we get it right. And if you don't like it, then either we don't go to second reading or you can vote against it. And it helps because then we're saying, as the head of nation said, and I thought it was a perfectly reasonable message, saying, I just want to see progress. He's not going to argue that. He's not saying, and shut up and don't tell me what you think. He just wants to see progress. I don't think we lose anything by doing the first reading. But I don't want to spend the next 2 hours arguing with John about that and so on. And all of the processes we have.
It's called debating, not arguing.
I know, but we are debating. But we've done a lot of it now. I don't want to have a huge conversation about this again now. I can't say anything. I don't think I'm saying anything I didn't already say, and I don't want to spend the next time just trying to persuade people. I've nothing to add to what I said, and that's all. So I'll give the over to Ferda, and then you might want to briefly explain. After that, we'll go to explain what this next thing is. Next item, Ferda.
Sorry, I'm interrupting, but he's a spokesman for Foreign Affairs Committee, and we are backing up his ideas. Sorry for interrupting, but he's not his alone. He represents Foreign Affairs Committee ideas. Thank you.
Lembit, you're muted.
Sorry. Thank you. I enjoy the dialogue. I'm just aware we're taking a lot of time on this, and we have to get through everything else today. Ada.
Yeah, I'm laughing over here because of YouTube, but it's like John said, it's debating. We don't have to be mad at each other because of that. We all have different opinions, but my opinion is to hold out and fix it right the way it is, and then present it. Lembe is dividing.
Well, you've heard what I've said. I would really like to get I would love to get the first reading and then just get to the detail. The first reading is the general idea, and we've already agreed that 4/5 of it no one's disputing. Then the detail comes at second reading. I'll just explain this, but we've got to move on. In British Parliament, the first reading is not even debated. It literally is not. It's just passed. There's almost never even a debate on the first reading. In order to have a debate on the first reading, somebody has to get up and shout object, and then the debate has to be scheduled. They start at second reading. So we already do more scrutiny, more analysis in British Parliament, because we have first, second, and third reading debates. But once the first reading's been approved, that's basically the green light to look in the detail. And that's essentially how I think we should do it here. And that's how we generally do it. Most of the debate when we do our legislation is actually at second reading. It only gets complicated at third reading if it's likely that something is going to be sent back. Ariadne, and then I'm going to ask John just to explain the next part, just so that everyone understands the other part of what Decree 89 requires. Ariadne.
Bien, gracias. Pienso que hay
Thank you.
que
I
pensar
think
como
that
comité,
we
no
should think
como
as
parlamento.
the
En
committee,
ese sentido,
not as the
de mi punto de
parliament.
vista, y con lo que hablé
So from my point of
Gianluca,
view, and
estoy
after
de
talking to
acuerdo
Gianluca, I agree that
que sigamos adelante, porque a mí me
we
importa
have to
mi versión,
move
mi
forward.
papel ahí. Y mi papel ya lo escribí, ya lo pasé para que lo
I
contemple
care about
RA
my
y
paper,
también para
the
que lo
one I
revise el
submitted
comité si desea hacer alguna
for
modificación.
the
Y esa
revision.
parte para mí va a ser fundamental. Es
And
simplemente la
that's what's
colaboración
important to me,
científica con los
the
centros de
scientific
investigación y
collaboration,
desde ese
the
punto de vista mi
research,
interés es ese.
and
Si
that's
mi
what I'm
interés
interested
depende del
in.
voto, pues voto a
And
favor. Sí.
if that interest depends on my vote, then I will vote yes.
Thank you for that position. I'm not going to ask every single person how they're going to vote. It's you're clever people. You've heard the discussion. Do what you feel is right. So thank you. Let's now move to the next item, which is connected. And this is for information. For obvious reasons, we have work to do on that, hopefully in between the first and second reading. That's what I'm hoping. But this next part will have to happen as well. And we clearly cannot vote on this part until we've actually made whatever modifications and had whatever discussions about the other document. But John, can you explain this, because it's directly relevant to what we've been discussing? And what I'm talking about, of course, is, sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that one.
Yeah. We're talking now about the Asgardia Citizenship Law Amendment. We're not voting on the amendment now for obvious reasons, because whatever changes, if we make changes to the act we make, will impact on the citizenship law changes. But if John explains it, it'll explain what it means. After that, we go to the Wall of Remembrance, the Manufacturing and the Industrial Cooperation Framework, the Opportunities Act, and the Digital Content Act. I think that 3 of those will be quite fast. So, over to you, John.
I didn't have that one ready. Hold on.
That's okay. You don't need to, really. I mean, a verbal summary.
Well, basically, it just takes care of the other half of the Decree 89, which says that we need to establish the way that our current citizenship law is set up. It does not allow us to do what we're trying to do with the Antarctica Act. So we need to form a bridge, and that's why, rightly so, that's why the HON had added that to Decree 89, because obviously he saw that as well, that there needs to be a bridge between what we're trying to establish in the Antarctica Act and the citizenship law. There needs to be a bridge that joins those two together. And currently we do not have one. So that's why an amendment was recommended. And I did write one. It was very well written. Well, I wrote it through the LMRG and the Trade and Commerce Committee. But however, it is actually aligned with the original Antarctica Act, so it would actually have to be rewritten too, because it's now to this May 1st version, it's out of alignment. Which you wouldn't take much, depending on how we word the May 1st version, if it goes to second reading. That could be just a small change, or it could be a large change. But I kind of figure if it depends on, well, as I said, it really depends on how we decide to word it now, and that'll have to be debated later. If we and how we want to go with that. It depends on whether or not we decide to move forward with the current version of the AAA. But yes, that is needed. We do need an amendment to make that bridge between the citizenship law and Antarctica Act. That is, there's no question about that. And so once we pass, or once we get a AAA Act in the books and working with that, that'll be the net. They're joined at the hip. They're both joined together. So we would have to work on that one simultaneously together. We'd have to work on both of them together. It wouldn't be either or. It'd have to be both together, because they both achieve the same objectives that are the HON wants in Decree 89. Hope that helps.
It does, yeah, and that's
I
exactly
did, I
why
did have,
we're
I
not
did
able
have a
to.
great presentation, but I can't find it right now.
No, that's fine. That's okay. You've done a good job explaining it, and there's no point in wasting too much time on it, because basically I'm just settling into my new location. Sorry. Peace and quiet now. As you saw, my little ones were present earlier on. That's not a problem at all because you've explained it very clearly. And all we have to do now is work out what we're doing with the first one. And then the second one, any consequential amendments to that will come out, obviously. So thank you for doing that. Unless there are any questions, I just want to move on to the next thing. By the way, we can obviously do both of those things at the special sessions. I feel quite excited by it because this is really interfacing with the real world. We have to find a way of doing that. You'll find that, by the way, there'll be two of me in the system briefly because I'm switching computers as well, so do not be alarmed. Ariadne.
Sí, me gustaría preguntarle a Teresa
Yes,
Jones qué
I would
opina
like to
de la
ask
enmienda
John,
o
what do you
si
think
es
about that
ella quien la
amendment?
redactó como
Or
miembro o como presidenta del comité. A Teresa Jones acerca de la enmienda de
yes,
ciudadanía
to
que está
Teresa
en la
and
ley
John in regards to
Asgardia.
the
¿Qué opina o si ella
citizenship
la redactó?
law. What do you think about it? And if it was you, both of you who drafted it.
¿Sí se entendió?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually drafted this one through the LMRG as an LMRG initiative because I knew we needed one. Nobody had brought anything forward yet. I did I did include the citizenship committee on that on that with the through the LMRG, so they are aware of it. And it's really minor. I mean, when it call it if we were to actually do it as what I created was a new act, which you can do. There's two ways to do an amendment. You can do an amendment, or you can do a new act and attach it to the citizenship law. And the citizenship law has to be read with that amendment, that new act. So they're joined, they're together. And I decided to do it as a new act instead of just an amendment. If we did it as an amendment, it's not really that much that's going to change. Only like a few paragraphs inside the citizenship law itself. Um, if we went that route, and I presented that to all of LMRG. I gave them all the how that all would work. So I think I have the I can share what I developed. If see here it is. Yeah, I can share that.
You've covered it pretty well already, I think. We probably don't need to get into too much
Okay.
detail today
Okay.
because we're showing things which are going to maybe change anyway. And if they don't change, you can show it once we've done the other debate.
Right. But I honestly would like to have gotten more response back from the citizenship committee, but I did give them I did send them the information. So, but it's just a minor amendment actually, and these are done. Uh, we do these all the time and vote on them. The act on acts, I can't even tell you how many times it got amended, and we voted on those. And if you look at the act on acts, when you go and actually look at the one that's posted to the Asgardia website, you'll see all the amendments at the top every time that it got amended. And we could do it that way. We could just take the citizenship law, not an act, it's a law, and we can just add another amendment in it, or add a amendment to it, or just change the wording in it, basically. Or we can do a new act. And I decided to go the route of the new act, but and attach that to it. So you can do either way, but it won't require that much effort from us. It just has to be aligned with the Antarctica Act so that the Antarctica Act can work, because it can't work without that piece added in there. You need that bridge. So
Ugo?
yeah.
I got something real quick. I can't access the.
Teşekkür ederim.
Wait a
Sayın
minute,
Başkan.
Ugo's next.
Thank you.
Sorry. Ugo.
Değil mi söz?
Go ahead, Ugo.
Teşekkürler. Şimdi Sayın Başkan,
Well, Mr.
vatandaşlık komitesi
Chairman,
yasasının da ele alınması gerektiği hususunu
we
belirttiniz.
have been now informed that the citizenship law needs to be also amended. I'm also, as a member of the committee, of course, I'm aware of the contents, but of course, I will try to be more informed about this, and I will try to put my ideas on this. But as John Fine also mentioned, and if I'm missing it, please excuse me, but also in our constitution, maybe we may need some amendment also, maybe. I don't know if John Fine might also agree with that, because maybe we need to also look at to our constitution, because the Antarctica Act will probably also be having some influence or effect on our constitution as well, if I'm not mistaken. Can you please elaborate on this?
Yeah.
So John, go on.
Yes. Currently, in the May 1st version, it does conflict with our Constitution. Those are areas that have to be changed. Where it conflicts with our Constitution. The Constitution ain't going to change. The only way the Constitution can change is through a referendum, which we really don't have enough time to do that. So all we would have to do is change those provisions within the May 1st version that conflict with our Constitution. There are areas, and this is agreed to by the Minister of Justice, and some of the similar concerns are brought up in the legal brief by that Savos did, even though he doesn't openly, or he doesn't say that. But if you read the brief in its entirety, you'll see that it is saying that. But so we would just need to make sure and I did share documents in the legal brief from the LMRG and Mark Beer's brief. Both are in there, so if you want to see them, they're in the message center, so that everybody can see them. But but we wouldn't be able to change the Constitution. The only way we can do that is through a referendum, and that would take way too much time and process. So the only way we'd be able to repair that is to actually fix the provisions themselves so that they're not conflicting with the Constitution.
Ugo.
Başkanım, anayasayı defalarca okudum.
I have read the Constitution a couple of times, and I try to keep on reading it so that I get informed more and more. And when it is necessary, maybe we can have this debate on which parts are going to be conflicted, and I will be very happy and ready to help you. I mean, if you need any assistance on this, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and if you read the assessment that has been posted to the remarks section, it shows you exact areas that it does conflict the Constitution, and exact by article, by paragraph, and what have you. So you can read that assessment for yourself, and that it's very clarifying, and it's in that assessment. So. But and I would say the Minister of Justice agrees with me on that assessment as well. So, but
cool.
Anyway, that's
Thank
all.
you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's move on. So I
I got
appreciate.
a quick thing real quick.
Yeah, of course. Go on.
Limpet, I got a quick thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, my board down here is not working right.
Like
the
guessed.
Citizenship Act has any consideration been given about countries that do not allow dual citizenship as pertains to our residents?
No, the answer is no, because all that the Constitution, as I recall, says, and the Act, our position is very simple. We don't expect anyone to give up their terrestrial citizenships to be Asgardian. So it's not, that's what we say. It's up to other countries to decide what they want to do. Some countries don't even let you
I
have
was
two
just concerned
citizenships.
about that.
Yeah. But I don't think
some countries don't allow two citizenships, like Japan. They either Japanese citizen or not.
No.
And it's just a thought.
Yeah, I think that we just have to live with that because we do want to reach citizenship. I was thinking about what you said. I think we do need to. It's slightly different subject now, so we won't go into it. But I know that Head of Nation wants us to be fully recognized as citizens, where we can have bilateral travel arrangements with countries. I believe the Seychelles would probably do that and would recognize us as a country, for example. And for that, we need to be citizens. And some other places too. Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's move on to an item which should bring us all together. So just to be clear, the vote is not on any Asgardian citizenship law. The vote on what we've talked about for the last 3 hours is about the Asgardia Antarctic Act first reading. As I said, if you pass that, then we go to second reading, but we'll have big debates. If you don't pass that, then we have to start. Then we don't progress with this as it is. Okay, we don't progress with this item, and I'll have to work out what we do, but I hope you pass it. Wall of Remembrance for members of the Asgardian Parliament. The history here is that some of our colleagues have passed away, have died. And Sarah E.V. Clark has come up with a very interesting idea. Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening, depending on where you are in the world. May I please share my screen?
Of course.
Thank you. Okay, brilliant. Can you see it says Finance Committee 16 Gemini 010?
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay. Hold on, I just lost all of us. Okay. It has come to my attention with the passing not only of the parliamentarian at I think our very first meeting, but subsequently some of those members who have passed on that were very near and dear to us, that there needs to be a way to recognize the contributions that they've made. I mean, without being overly dramatic, we are doing our very best to ensure the survival of the human race. And I think that memorializing those efforts is important. That being said, the Finance Committee would like to propose the following protocol. Okay, the Wall of Remembrance is Asgardia's formal commitment to honoring members of Parliament who have passed away while in service. It is both a memorial and a living record. And interpreters, if I'm speaking too fast, please let me know.
I think the speed is A-okay.
Perfect, thank you. This document has been reviewed and approved through the LMRG, and it is ready for parliamentary consideration. Again, this is not an act, this is not a law, this is merely a protocol. The core idea is simple. If you gave of yourself as a member of Asgardian Parliament, building Asgardia, your name belongs on a wall permanently. The Wall of Remembrance is exactly what it sounds like. A permanent, solemn record of every member of Parliament who has passed away while holding an active mandate or while holding active office. It can take a physical form, a digital form, or both. The protocol is intentionally flexible on that point to allow Asgardia to evolve. What is non-negotiable is the wall itself is nonpartisan. No, it's not political. There's no factions. There's no ideology. It is reflected in an entry of that person's name, and every AMP is equal on this wall. Think of it as a living institution. While the entries are permanent, the wall itself grows as Asgardia grows. It's not a closed archive. It is an open memorial. The protocol is built on 6 principles and attempts to balance 2 things: Asgardia's need to commemorate and the individual's rights to dignity and to privacy. Principles 1 through 3 are honor, neutrality, and dignity. They focus on what we owe the members of Asgardian Parliament and their families. Principles 4 through 6, procedural clarity, institutional balance, and constitutional harmony, focus on how we govern ourselves in the execution of this protocol. The result is a protocol that is rigorous without being cold and solemn without being too overly bureaucratic. The eligibility is incredibly straightforward. If you held an active, validated, if you were an active, validated AMP at the time of your passing, and you were not subject to a final removal decision for conduct or misconduct, you are eligible. The protocol also provides for exceptional inclusion, which are parliamentarians may be qualified by majority, choose to honor former AMP whose service was of extraordinary significance to Asgardia. That requires a formal resolution stating those grounds. I think to this point, the 9th of May, 2026, any member of parliament who has passed away should be eligible. Again, moving forward, that may be different. Families are essential to this process. If a family objects to the AMP's inclusion, the objection is documented, Parliament is informed, and no inscription happens until Parliament has considered the matter. That balance between institutional commemoration and family sensitivity is one thing that I really feel that the protocol gets correct. The inscription process. The process moves in 5 clear steps: notification, draft entry, family engagement, review and approval, and finally inscription. The Parliamentary Secretariat or Administration carries the weight there. Within 30 days of notification, the administration will prepare a draft and reach out to the family. The reviewing body that verifies the 3 things for approval, again, eligibility, accuracy, and neutrality. Once approved, the entry goes on the wall and the date is recorded permanently in parliamentary record. That date matters as it is part of our institutional history. Ceremony and safeguards. The process moves in, again, 5 clear steps: notification, draft entry, family engagement, review approval, and final inscription. This is where the administration carries most of the weight. They prepare the draft. Hold on, I already said that. I'm sorry, that was a duplicate. Sorry, guys. Entry into force. Entry into force follows Parliament's standard adoption procedures. Once adopted, the protocol is immediately operational. The first task is retrospective. Administration and government will identify all MPs who previously passed away while in office, verify eligibility, and initiate the inscription, of course, consulting families when feasible. Within 6 months, a report will come back to Parliament covering implementation status, those names inscribed, and any challenges or recommendations for improvements. Again, we want this to grow with us as Asgardia grows. The protocol is designed to be reviewed and amended as Asgardia's traditions develop, and it's a foundation, not a ceiling. Again, in service, in memory, and in perpetuity. So we appreciate your support and your consideration, and I do hope that you will vote yes for the Wall of Remembrance Memorial.
That's a very moving presentation. And I think of fallen friends, who I won't name because then we have to name them all, but 1 or 2 in particular who I was very close to, who died in peace, but died too soon. John.
Yes. Well, when Sarah first brought this idea to me, I was like, Absolutely. I was absolutely in agreement with it. And it's been mentioned before in the first parliament and others, but it was just mentioned in just set aside really. And so I just want to applaud Sarah for actually uh, putting it into a protocol structure and bringing it forward to us. And I will mention that she sent it to me first and had me do my LMRG check on it. And I had no, I had no, I actually did not, had no, I did not, uh, com I did not help in this proposal in any way. But she just wanted me to check through the LMRG. So I did, and I couldn't find anything wrong with it. So, so it's exactly the way she wrote it originally, and it was beautifully done. And she's definitely got my vote. I vote yes on this protocol.
Why couldn't you be so cooperative on the last item?
Because that last item was not what I sent forward.
I knew I would regret saying that.
Had it been what I sent forward, guess what? We wouldn't be having those discussions.
I've just poked a bear. I'm sorry. Hope that translates okay. I think this is a beautiful proposal, and I like the fact that it's sympathetic and it's thoughtful, and it will be there for all time. I even hope maybe when we do get to another planet, somehow it'll be taken with us. I don't know. We are the pioneers. I very much am aware that when the Pilgrim Fathers went to America, they would have just been making a voyage, and they would have been unaware of the giantness of the country they were creating. The country that was the first to touch the moon with a human. I think that's a remarkable thing. And who knows what we are creating for the future. And it is right to honor those who died in service to Dr. Ashebeli's remarkable vision. Ariadne, then Ugo.
Es fascinante ver cómo
It is
empieza
really fascinating how the presentation starts talking about the finance committee. The first thing that came to my mind is was thinking that when you pass away, you leave a pension. And maybe the next amendment in the future would be that one to mention what they have passed on and to the Asgardians. And on the other hand, I think it's a very formal and punctual, the detail of talking about the active members. In social media, there was a parliamentary member who was mentioning members of the parliament. That's a person that left parliament for personal issues, and he wasn't very happy with Asgardia, and he was mentioned. He would be mentioned as a passed away member, but it is very different. Different to make a note of those that were very active and all those that left, or it's not only your death, but it would be your legacy. And what I think is I want to congratulate Dr. Sarah Clark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ugo, next.
Teşekkürler Sayın Başkanım.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Sarah
Chairman.
Hanım'a teşekkür ederim.
I also would like to thank Sarah for this great work.
Kendisinden küçük bir not almasını rica
And
ediyorum.
if she can take a note of something that I would like to mention, I will be very happy.
Birisi olan Roland
Roland Bergan, as you probably remember, is one of those who passed away. Roland Bergan, if you also remember him, because he left really important marks with me. Maybe some of you know that, some of you may not. But Roland Berga, before he passed away, he left the whole archive to DSL work. He donated his work to our digital archive work. So until the last moment, he served to Asgardia and especially our digital archive work, digital library. So I'd like to just mention that. I just wanted to remind of this great work. He was a real Asgardian, and may he rest in peace. Thank you so much. And Dr. Sarah, thank you so much. I just especially want you to remember him. I know, of course, all of those Asgardians who passed away are so important for us, but maybe we can start with him as someone very special to me, especially, and special to Asgardia, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I will mention him because I knew him for 35 years. Philip Appleby. And when I think about him, this is an appropriate way to remember him. And I miss him. Is anybody else wishing to make a point? Sarah, back to you to summarize.
The biggest question that I have received about this is why current parliamentarians, why not historic parliamentarians? And I think as this second parliament, we are in a unique position to make sure that we capture all of those individuals from the first parliaments that were serving and passed away. But it's important to understand that it's while you are serving, right, in your active parliament, or those who have made, outstanding contributions to Asgardia in the past. So it's supposed to be holistic in that it covers all aspects. But, when we're at our 20th or our 25th parliament, going back because somebody passed away when they were part of the 17th parliament is really what this is trying to prevent, right? We just want to acknowledge those who are currently sitting. So I know there was, I received a couple of comments personally and in the chat, and I hope that that clarifies that. But I think memorializing people who give of themselves in service of an idea that is bigger than the sum of its wholes, which some of its parts, which I really just think exemplifies Asgardia is important. So I would appreciate the support in passing this protocol.
I so totally agree. It is not often that one sees an idea which is so financially low cost and so spiritually high value. Thank you, Sarah. If you agree, then please do vote yes. If you disagree, vote no or abstain. Abstention means you're making no commitment either way, but I do hope you vote yes. I can't see any reason to refuse that. And just think, in 1,000 years, there could be thousands of people on that list. And when you look through it, not only will those names be remembered, but they will live on as a permanent legacy, a part of our culture. Okay, thank you. I suppose one other thought for you. There may be other things we can do in terms of memorial. I don't want to open a huge debate now, Sarah, but I often wonder what we do with those in space. We can't bury them unless we find another planet like Earth. So there needs to be some way to memorialize. Let's recognize what I'm saying. What I say now is shocking but true. All of us are recycled. Earth does that for us. Whether we are cremated or buried, we go back into the system. it must be so in space. So it makes real sense to celebrate the lives of those who will be pioneers for Asgardia. I'll stop there because I see the potential here for some huge opportunities for us. And potentially we can even provide a service to all humankind, perhaps. And that I have talked about with other people, and that's for another day. Thank you, Sarah. Let's move on. And I think that we will be finished in 90 minutes or less, I would say. Longer session than usual, but for very good reasons. We move now on to Benedetto Professor's first reading on Asgardia Manufacturing and Industrial Corporation Framework Act.
Yeah, he had to leave, and he asked me in the chat to do that for him.
Sure, no problem. Just while John's getting ready, be aware that because the previous item is a protocol, if you pass it, then it's done. And then essentially it's like a code. We can just get on and do it. It means that Parliament has endorsement. It does not need legislation. It's something we're doing for ourselves. So that'll be ready. And I've had a very good suggestion, by the way, from somebody who I like the suggestion. Actually, Rebecca, really good idea. So let me hand it back to John for this. John's representing Benedetto. John,
Yeah, I didn't have anything prepared, so I'm just going to have to read off of what we have on file.
That's okay, John. John often gets this role for some reason. People trust you for some reason.
Let's see. Trying to make it where everybody can see it. That's probably, well, no, that worked. You can read that. Is that where everybody can see it? Are you seeing it?
We can see it. Yeah, full screen.
Okay.
It's good.
Okay. All right. This is what the Manufacturing Committee prepared for its first reading. The sponsor, of course, this and it's called the Asgardia Manufacturing and Industrial Corporation Framework Act. You can read the edition there. The sponsor is, of course, Benedetto Professor. And I'll read the preamble. Recognizing that manufacturing constitutes a strategic enabler of long-term civilizational development and acknowledging its foundational role in supporting sustainable space-based and terrestrial economies, affirming Asgardia's commitment to the peaceful use of outer space, international cooperation, and responsible development as reflected in the Outer Space Treaty, recalling the importance of advancing resilient industrial systems consistent with globally recognized development objectives, including the United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals, particularly those related to industry, innovation, infrastructure, and responsible production. Recognizing the emerging role of space-based manufacturing in situ resource utilization, ISRU is normally called, and distributed production system as critical components of future space development, acknowledging the need for a coherent legal and institutional framework to guide manufacturing, industrial cooperation, and technical advancement within Asgardia. Further recognizing the relevance of existing Asgardian legal instruments, including but not limited to the Space Activities Act, the Asgardia Corporations and Enterprise Act, ACE Act, the E-Commerce Act, the Digital Properties Act, and related trade, commerce, intellectual property, and consumer protection frameworks. This act established a forward-looking, non-prescriptive framework intended to guide the development of manufacturing and industrial cooperation within Asgardia, while enabling future legislative, regulatory, and operational refinement. The core principles are core principle number 1. Manufacturing is a strategic enabler of Asgardia's long-term development. Number 2, manufacturing-related efforts shall support peaceful space development and responsible progress. Number 3, industrial cooperation is encouraged across terrestrial and space-based actors consistent with Asgardia law and international obligations. Article 4, sustainability and life cycle responsibility guide manufacturing-related activities. 5, this framework is evolutionary and non-prescriptive, enabling future legislative development. Number 6, manufacturing may be organized through centralized or distributed models, including modular and cooperative production approaches to support space development. The articles. Article 1 is purpose and scope, which establishes the strategic and legal purpose of the Act, defining its role as a framework governing manufacturing and industrial cooperation within Asgardia, including both terrestrial and space-based contexts. Article 2 is definitions, which provides the foundational definitions for key terms, including manufacturing, industrial cooperation, operator, production systems, space-based manufacturing, and in situ resource utilization. Article 3, strategic role of manufacturing, affirms manufacturing as a core enabler of Asgardia's long-term development, economic resilience, and space expansion capabilities. Article 4, peaceful and responsible development, establishes that all manufacturing-related activities shall support peaceful space development consistent with international law and Asgardia's constitutional principles. Article 5, Industrial Cooperation Framework, provides the basis for cooperation between public, private, terrestrial, and space-based actors, including technology exchange, joint ventures, and coordinated development. Article 6, Sustainability and Life Cycle Responsibility, introduces life cycle-based responsibility for manufacturing systems, including resource use, environmental considerations, and long-term sustainability. Article 7, Organizational Models of Production, recognizes both centralized and distributed manufacturing models, including modular, cooperative, and networked production systems across terrestrial and space environments. Article 8, Integration with Asgardian legal and economic systems, establishes alignment with existing Asgardia legal frameworks, including corporate structures, digital commerce, intellectual property, and trade regulations. Article 9, Innovation and Technological Development, encourages research, innovation, and the development of advanced manufacturing technologies, including space-based production and ISRU capabilities. Article 10, Evolutionary Legislative Development, defines the Act as a non-prescriptive framework intended to support phased development, future regulations, and subsequent legislative refinement. Article 11, Dispute Resolution and Remedies, provides for structured resolution of disputes arising under this framework, consistent with Asgardia's judicial and arbitration systems. Article 12, Severability, ensures that if any provision is found invalid or unenforceable, the remaining provisions remain in effect. Article 13, Entry into Force and Implementation, specifies that the Act shall enter into force upon approval by decree and establishes its role as a foundational framework for subsequent legislative and regulatory development. Okay, and that's it. I don't need to read the legal authority part. That's
no,
all.
You don't. No.
Okay.
Thank you, John. That's really nicely put. Benedetto is a great man. Really good.
Yes, he did a great job on that.
Yeah, he did a good job. Yeah. Any questions or comments on this? I think it's quite straightforward, but any questions or comments? Ariadne?
I'm sorry.
Ariadne.
Gracias. Es muy bueno, pero
Thank you very
yo
much.
siento
This is really good, but I think that in all the industry, we see the type of protocol. The detail is to see the what the tangible things that we can do beyond the paper, the type of protocol, of development, the sketch of the activities, and that we can actually make it into reality. So congratulations to Benedetta, Professor.
John.
I totally agree with Ariadne on that. I think I got it right.
You got it right.
Okay.
You finally got Ariadne's
I've been
name
practicing.
correct.
I've been practicing.
Well, it shows, John.
Anyway, this actually satisfies the original commitment that the HON had put forward in the first Parliament, or mandate, I guess you could say, where he gave each committee certain areas of development and this particular act does exactly that, and it closes that gap. So I am looking forward to seeing Manufacturing Committee develop this further. And I think it's a step in the right direction, and it certainly has my support. So congratulations to Benedetto and his team.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. If you like it, please vote yes. Oh, Ugo, sorry.
Sayın Başkan, söz almak zorunda kaldım.
I was obliged to take the floor.
Çalışma için Roland Bergen'in, sevgili Roland Bergen'in ismini vermiştim. Şimdi Sayın Başkan,
Sorry, I had to warn Mr. Ugur because his connection was a bit.
biraz daha
okay, no problem.
Şu an nasıl? Peki. Az önce rahmetli Roland Berg'den bahsetmiştik.
We talked about
Sayın Başkan, ben
the Roland Bernard.
e-posta adresimden bana iletmiş olduğu zamandaki bir bilgiye ulaştım.
Actually, I went into my email archive and I found one of his emails
şu
sent to
anda
me, and I'm going to share it on the chat box. This is a very
Açabilirsiniz.
important
Roland
piece
Berg'ın
of
resmi olarak
writing.
kişisel bloğunu ki binlerce yazısı vardır Roland Berg'ın o blogda.
Roland Berger
Bağışlarının
had
resmi
this personal
evrağı
blog,
Sayın Başkan.
which included
Bunu
more than
da
13,000
önemsiyorum. Daha sonra
articles,
bir eylem daha yapacağım. Müsaade edin.
and it's very important to remember his blog.
Üstesinden gelebileceğim bir konu olmadığı için buraya yapıştırıyorum.
And
Roland
there will be
Berg'ın
another topic that I would like to talk
bloğunu
about.
şu anda chat kutusuna bıraktım.
By the way, please check
Hem bizim için
the chat
bağışladığı
box.
ekran resmini
If you
size gönderdim
click,
Sayın Başkan.
you will go
Aklınızda
immediately
kalsın
to the
lütfen.
Roland
Hem de
Berger's personal
Roland Berg'ın
website.
kişisel bloğu ki binlerce bilim kurgu
This is
yazısı var.
his personal blog, which
Asgardia
includes,
yani
contains
TS'ye bağışlamak
thousands
için
of sci-fi articles.
benim sizden bir ricam var.
So my
2023
request is
senesi
that
zannedersem
I think it was
yazışma tarihi.
2023 that
Değilim,
we had
affınıza
this
sığınıyorum.
correspondence.
Bu bloğun kopyalanması lazım Sayın Başkan.
We need to copy this
Arşivin
blog.
bize
We need to archive it
kayıtlı olabilmesi için
so that it
girerseniz
could be registered
veya bir
on
başkası
Asgardia's
kontrol ederse
name.
bu bloğun tamamının
The
bize
entire
bağışlanması için
blog
kopyalanıp kayıt altına alınması gerekiyor.
should be
İçimizde
copied
bunu
and
yapabilecek
archived
kongresi var mı
for
bilemiyorum Sayın
Asgardia's
Başkan bu konuda.
archives. I
Sizden
don't know
yardım
if we have any colleagues
ana
here
sayfa çünkü rahmetli
who has this
için ve yarın bir gün
capabilities,
kapanma riski taşıdığı
because
için bunu
this is a very
elimizde bulundurmak
valuable
istedim.
web page,
Yok olup gitmese
personal
gönlüm
blog,
razı gelmez
and
Sayın
it's
Başkan.
under the threat of
Destekleriniz için
closure
teşekkür ediyorum.
anytime.
Olursanız
So if we can do
yapabilecek
this, if we
varsa
can announce this
teşekkürler Sayın Başkan.
Asgardia-wide, so that maybe we can find somebody who can archive this valuable website for us. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ugo. Very good. Anybody else? Ariadne? And then we'll move on.
Ugur no se pierde, está en internet.
Ugur is not lost. It is not lost. What's on the internet it stays there unless there's a catastrophic event that ends up with all the satellites. But since you are talking about Roland Berger, I would like to remind you that he left us a space in Facebook where a lot of us we have planted something. The president of the Committee of Education, Sarah Clark, John Fine, it's several of us, Minister of Education. Some of us are very are contributors to that territory. That it was one of the petitions that he had, the request that he had of the to Rebecca Berg, and that place is so far is it's an active place for us and our ideas. So don't worry that we to archive that any link, because what it's on the internet is live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariadne. Ricky?
Yes, I like this this proposal. There's a company, I believe the name is called SolidWorks, that pretty well mirrors what this act represents. They basically operate in the digital realm like we do, and they do 3D production of products, whether it be for automotive, space, aviation, what have you. And they all share in the responsibilities and the gains from the sales. So that might be a good example to look at to see how they're structured, so that we have a better understanding of how to structure ourselves in order to be competitive. That's it.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, everyone. Any other comments before we move on? Okay. Thank you. I need I think we need the economy of Asgardia to flourish. I have so many ideas, so little time. But I'm sure Salvos, I went to see him in January in Corfu, and I saw him again in February in Cyprus with the head of nation. I know he wants this to work. And I know if he is appointed by you as the Prime Minister that we will be able to do some pretty interesting things. He's an independently very successful man. He understands business, and I think that can be good for us. Okay, thank you. Let's move on. 2 more items. These should be fairly quick. John Fine again. Asgardia Opportunities Act, 3rd reading, and then after that we'll do the Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Act. Now, these have been not very controversial. John will, I'm sure, explain them very well. And all you're really being asked to do is to finish what we approved the last time. We didn't have any major problems or amendments at 2nd reading, so I think this should be fairly fast. I think we'll be finished in the next 40 minutes or so maximum. So we will be finished by 1800 GMT, if you want to plan. So we will not have any more breaks. We're just going to work to the end. So over to you, John, for Opportunities Act. Just the Opportunities Act for now.
Okay. Can you see
the screen? Yeah, but nothing on it yet.
Oh, it didn't. Oh. What's going on here?
Just while John's getting that ready. After those 2 acts, we will close for the day. Quite a long session today, but again, thank you to our interpreters because they reduce our time by 75%. So if we were doing the original way that things were translated, we would have been on hour 17 by now.
How about now? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, we can see it now. Well, we can see something on top of something else.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. This is the Asgardia Opportunity Act, 3rd reading, Apache packet number 3. Esteemed colleagues, this presentation covers the 3rd reading of the Asgardia Opportunity Act, advanced through, of course, Apache packet number 3. This presentation is a summary of the Act. Members are encouraged to review the full text. You'll find that this 3rd reading is exactly as the 2nd reading. So, and it's just a brief summary. The Opportunity Act establishes a structured digital employment platform for Asgardian residents. Its purpose is to create lawful digital work opportunities, generate income for residents and the state, support trade and commerce, and strengthen Asgardia's economic sovereignty through the use of the solar currency. This act operates pursuant to the Constitution of Asgardia and is enacted under the authority of the Corporation Enterprise Act and the E-Commerce Act. It functions as an enabling and regulatory framework that authorizes structured digital labor while remaining harmonized with Asgardia's broader legal system. Participation under this act is limited to Asgardia residents, entities, and authorized government agencies. Participation is entirely voluntary, and individuals become subject to the act only upon choosing to engage with the program. The act authorizes the creation of a digital employment platform through which work packages are issued. These packages are categorized into micro, meso, and macro levels, allowing participation across a wide range of skills, capabilities, and project scales. All work packages are contractual in nature and governed by the Asgardia Contracts Act. Compensation for completed work is paid in Solar directly to the resident's digital wallet, reinforcing digital labor, economic participation, and internal currency circulation. The Ministry of Trade and Commerce serves as the lead authority for platform management in coordination with relevant ministries and agencies. Oversight mechanisms include quarterly updates, annual financial reporting, and public transparency requirements. The Act establishes strong data protection safeguards, including encryption, anonymization, access controls, regular audits, and user consent. All data handling must comply with Asgardia's information safety and cybersecurity laws. Any disputes arising under this act are resolved through alternative dispute resolution mechanisms where possible, and through the Asgardia judiciary where necessary. Remedies are handled within established legal frameworks. In summary, the Opportunity Act enables a lawful, voluntary digital employment system designed to support residents, stimulate trade and commerce, and strengthen Asgardia's economy. It provides clear authority, contractual safeguards, privacy protections, and oversight mechanisms while remaining fully aligned with Asgardia's legal structure. This concludes the third reading summary. Members are encouraged to review the full act in session documents.
Thank you, John.
That is it.
Nice work. And fairly uncontroversial. We've been through it a few times now. But are there any questions or comments? If not, then it goes to vote. If you
I forgot to add that was the sponsor of that act is Alexander Melnikov. I am reading for him.
Melnikov.
Yeah.
You got Ariadne right now, right?
Melnikov. That's what I said.
Is it Melnikov? The record will be there for all eternity. In 4 years' time, the people living on Alpha Centauri will say, "We can't believe he got Melnikov's name wrong."
I said Melnikov. I thought I did. I just kind of stumbled through it.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Really. The people at Alpha Centauri won't know if you're right or wrong anyway, probably. When this broadcast beams to their part of the world. Any questions about the Asgardia Opportunities Act? So well presented by John. Ariadne.
Bueno, la tercera ya es la vencida, como se
Well,
dice
the
aquí.
third one is the
Yo lo voto como
good one.
afirmativo porque pues
I
yo
will
lo que ya
vote
se leyó,
yes,
ya se
because yes, this
discutió
has
y
been
bueno,
read,
y en este
discussed,
momento tiene un formato
and right now
adecuado
this
para
has
seguir adelante, así que
the
felicidades,
right
John.
format to move forward, and that will be my vote. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
Very
you.
much. Anybody else? Okay, thanks. All right, thank you. If you agree with it, then please vote yes. If you disagree with it, then vote no. If you're not sure, then abstain. But I recommend a yes. There has not been controversy. It's well put together, solidly argued, logically structured. So thank you. Let's go to the last item for today, and that is the Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Act, also from Alexander Melnikov, and also presented by John on his behalf. So over to you, John, again.
Okay.
The last performance of the day.
All right, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. I think this is the right one. Okay, let's see. Nope. Oh, there we go.
That's it. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
It's not full screen yet, though.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Okay.
There.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Esteemed colleagues, this presentation covers the third reading of the Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Act, advanced through Apogee Packet 4. This presentation is a summary of the Act. Members, of course, are encouraged to review the full text in the session documents. And I'm reading for, of course, Alexander Melnikov. Now you got me stumbling.
Close enough.
Okay. I usually say his name perfect. So, by the way, anyway,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have caused you that distress.
The purpose of this act is to establish a national program that incentivizes and rewards Asgardian residents for creating and sharing digital content that advances Asgardia's brand, values, and projects. It is designed to increase resident engagement, retention, patriotism, and economic participation. And this is actually one of the areas that the Opportunity Act talks about, the meso, micro, and level. Well, this is one of the mezzo levels that it talks about. You can get a little correlation there. This act is enacted pursuant to the Constitution of Asgardia and operates under the authority of the Corporation and Enterprise Act and the E-Commerce Act. It functions as an enabling framework that authorizes structured digital participation while remaining harmonized with Asgardia's legal system. Participation in the digital content program is entirely voluntary. No resident is obligated to participate, and obligations arise only if and when participation becomes contractual in nature. The Act authorized government agencies to implement MicroWorks digital content initiatives. These initiatives allow residents to create and submit promotional content through approved digital platforms in exchange for defined rewards. Original digital content that is utilized to advance Asgardia may earn the creator a micro reward. Rewards are issued in Solar and credited to the resident's digital wallet, reinforcing participation in Asgardia's internal digital economy. Participating government agencies define objectives, guidelines, incentives, and tools for content creation within approved resources. The program includes structured reporting, annual summaries, and regular reviews to ensure transparency and effectiveness. The Act establishes feedback mechanisms that allows residents to provide input on the program and suggest improvements. Feedback is collected, reviewed, and incorporated through transparent reporting and regular system updates. The Act authorizes limited tracking of content performance using aggregated and anonymized data. Tracking is intended solely to improve program effectiveness and does not override privacy protections or resident consent. Excuse me. Any disputes arising under this act are addressed through alternative dispute resolution, where possible, and through the Asgardia Judiciary where necessary. Remedies are handled within established legal frameworks. In summary, the Digital Content Authorization Act enables a voluntary, transparent system that rewards residents for contributing to Asgardia's digital presence. It strengthens engagement, supports the solar economy, preserves residents' choice, and includes oversight, feedback, and legal safeguards. This concludes the third reading summary. Members are encouraged, of course, to review the full act in session documents. And thank you.
Thank you, John. Thanks for all your work today, by the way. You've been very busy. And just to say, for this one and the previous one, if you vote yes, they go to Head of Nation for decree. So they're at the end of the process we talked about earlier on. If you vote no, then we consider if we have to review them, but I doubt that will happen. Are there any questions about the Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Act? And digital content becomes more and more important all the time. We're the world's first fully functioning digital democracy, and that's important. What I think is, if we can make this work effectively for us at all times, we will be a role model for others to follow. Okay, thank you, everybody. And thank you, as we come to the end of today, for all of your intelligent and mature debate. Somebody suggested that when I used the word mature before, I was suggesting that you're immature. I don't think so. That was a childish suggestion. I'm not sure if that translates into other countries, and I can see the person is smiling. They know who they are. Now then, let me just take us through what we did today and look forward to tomorrow. We had the opening session with the announcements. Then we had, I thought, an inspirational speech from our acting Prime Minister, Salvos Mouzakitis. Many of you know him from the first Parliament. Now he has advanced to the position of Prime Minister. If you choose him, you can vote yes or no or abstain. But I do hope you choose him. I consider him a friend as well as a great statesman. And I believe that he will add great value because he is fearless, and he has known the Head of Nation longer than I have. And it is always an honor to see their friendship and their honest exchange too. Then the government tower was not active today, really, because it would have seemed a bit strange, I think, for Salvos to present a government tower when he was presenting himself as head of the government. We had a long conversation about the Asgardia Antarctica Act, the first reading, and I won't repeat that, but I found that really good because it is an example. John said it to me before. It wasn't an argument, it was a debate. And I believe everyone was telling the truth as they saw it. And I thought we did a good job of talking and working through all that together. Well done, everyone, on that. We wait to see what your decision is. And if you do vote yes to that, then I have homework to do. Linda, my parliamentary coordinator, I'll ask her then to organise probably more than one meeting and everything that goes with that. Moving on, we had the explanation of the Asgardia citizenship law, which we must wait for. Well, we decide what we're doing with the AAA, as it's called, the Asgardia Antarctica Act. After the break also, then we spoke about the Wall of Remembrance for members of the Asgardian Parliament. And Sarah is one of the truly inspirational people. It has been my honor to get to know and to work with. Like many of you, she helps me see how I can live my life better and do my work better. And I thank her for this because she's celebrating contribution after we pass away from this world. And there are potentially even things we can do for others to give them that remembrance as well. I sent my DNA together with those of my family so that when my children are are adults and they have children, they can point to the moon and say, your granddaddy's and your mummy's DNA is up there on the moon. And I think this is similar to that. Then we had the Asgardia Manufacturing and Industrial Corporation Framework Act, first reading. The Asgardia Opportunities Act, third reading. The Asgardia Digital Content Authorization Act, third reading. All by the presumably now exhausted John Fine. So thank you very much. He looks asleep, but I know he's not. There you go, you can see that. That's not AI. And that brings us to the end of day 2. 4.5 fairly intense hours, but I think it's been really useful. Do consider, if you have not voted, consider which ones you're voting for. Tomorrow we start again for day 3 of the 13th sitting in the second session, starting at 1500 UTC with my announcements. We maybe will have a guest speaker, maybe. I'm not sure yet. Somebody who may be wishing to become an astronaut. He'll tell us about her vision. And it's somebody I've got to know through commercial route, but she might join us. I don't want to say who she is yet. I found her very impressive. I met her outside of Asgardia, but because of Asgardia, we might ask her to make a presentation. Then we'll get a report back from the LMRG, Legislative Merit Review Group. Yes, it's that man again, John Fine. Then reports from parliamentary committees. And the chairs, please be ready to do that. And I got 1 or 2 messages. I heard them, and that's fine. And then the opportunity for you to highlight, just in case, what the other pieces of other pieces of legislation we might need. I sometimes laugh because I get messages from you colleagues on my WhatsApp or on the Asgardia app, which we should really be using rather than the WhatsApp. And then the summing up of the results of voting, which will be after 1700 UTC, 1800 local time. Closing remarks, national anthem, and we close the sitting. Please do think about what you've seen today. Don't leave it till tomorrow. If you can, please vote tonight. And with that, I thank our interpreters. They do an absolutely fantastic job. I wish I could see them in person more often. And I also thank you because, as John said, we don't argue, we debate. We do it with passion, but we do it because we believe that our future lies in the stars. And we'll go there in peace for all humankind. If we can do that, then all the effort we're putting in here is worth it. That is all for today. So if you're watching and if you like the quality of our democracy here, unedited, uncensored, then please think about paying €100 a year to become a resident. You get to vote. You can get to stand for the parliament. You can get to run a business. €100 a year, that's all it costs. And that investment, all of it, goes for the benefit of humanity and life, really, as we establish a permanent inhabitants in space. Thank you. A long session today, comparatively speaking. With that, we can close the recording. And in total, we've had 58 people coming through.